Alrighty guys, sorry about that. Yesterday's stream got canceled. I had stuff that popped up in real life and I had to go take care of that right away. And by the time I was done with that, it was too late to actually stream again. It was like midnight and I was like, fuck it. Fucking weird too, because yesterday I woke up on time, like I was ready to stream at like 8. When I started streaming 9 yesterday? Like pretty early. Like right on time. And then shit just popped up and I was like, fuck. But that's the way it goes, guys. Sometimes you gotta take care of it. Sometimes life likes to rain on your parade. It just happens. So, here we are tonight, guys. Later than normal. And we're gonna play some... Dude, it's like fucking weird, too. Like, I went and decided to watch a movie, which I don't normally watch movies because movies take too long. Normally I'll watch, like, an episode of a TV show or something. Decided to watch a movie. I watched Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Very weird movie. I'm not against weird things. But it was both good and bad all at the same time. By the way, crypto's crashing right now, if you guys are curious. Pretty hard. Yeah, it's stepped below the confidence interval around 30,000, and now it's continuing to decline really fast. Ethereum's hit even harder than everything else. It's gonna be a doozy. Probably gonna go down to 25, might even hit 20, maybe next week, or the week after, excuse me. It's probably gonna stop at about 25-ish. It's on a downhill decline, guys. It lost its stopping. The levee broke. But yeah. Anyways, watched Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Interesting movie. Putting aside kind of the political bullshit in it, which, you know, that just happens with movies nowadays and stuff. You just gotta put up with it. Well, to a certain extent, put up with it. It was a relatively good movie. It reminds me a lot of Cloud Atlas. And Cloud Atlas, if you guys don't know, is a movie from the late O's, I believe it is, and is very misunderstood when it came out. It got a lot of negative reception and hate when it appeared, and that's because it's a very difficult movie to understand. It's basically about love that transcends time and space, is essentially what it comes down to. It's a pretty cool movie. But they basically, essentially reincarnation and basically people finding each other every time they're reincarnated. And then it goes through, like, basically life cycles, and they just try to find ways, and they're always trying to be kept apart by life. Basically Romeo and Juliet, only time and space. And Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is very much in the same vibe as Cloud Atlas, only with kind of like the different positions that it puts you through in the contrast, where it just throws you around in the universe. But later on in the series, or later on in the show, like, it eventually turns into like a love story, but then it isn't, and then it's about the parents and their parent and her daughter. I'm not gonna spoil too much for you guys. It's about parent and the daughter, and that's essentially where it ends up. Is the end game is the parent and the daughter. Yeah, pretty interesting movie. But at the end of the end, it also kind of seems kind of like they just try to throw everything at you, so you don't notice like all the shit that's wrong with it, which is interesting in and of itself. Like, they just try throwing so much shit at you, so you don't notice stuff that just kind of really sucks. Like, there's a hot dog universe. I'm not really certain. I mean, they try to add some comedy elements to it for sure. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I'm not exactly sure whether or not it makes it better or not. Hey, Prime. Yeah. Well, if it's on your ISP side, sometimes it can be things. It could be your ISP. It could be your router. You can usually weed that out by directly connecting to your modem without the router. But then again, you can only have one computer doing that. There's a bandwidth test if you're curious about that. For Twitch, if you didn't know about that. So you can see whether or not it's your connection quality. Not that, not that. Is. There you go. But anyways, at the end of the day, the movie itself was relatively good. I think they just kind of went all over the place a little bit too much, to the point at which some of the timelines and things that they're doing don't really make sense, or they aren't really interesting. with time and space, with parallel universes, and with like dealing with Back to the Future sort of stuff. Like they don't really care about timelines anymore. It's gotten to the point where the writers are so lazy they don't try to figure out what would happen if you disrupted a timeline or a different universe. Instead, they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just do whatever, and it makes kind of for a really shitty time skip show. Back to time travel show makes for a really shitty time travel show. But they threw so much shit at you that it eventually just kind of works out. There was definitely some heartfelt moments in the series or in the movie, and I thought it was pretty good. Very much reminds me of Cloud Atlas, and if you guys haven't seen Cloud Atlas, I'd highly suggest you take a look at it. It's a pretty good movie. Once again, very misunderstood for the time it came out. I thought it was really good when it came out, and there's a bunch of people that didn't. 2012. A bunch of people that didn't. What's this guy? Ah. Infographic. That's pretty cool. Very cool, actually. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, it's well worth watching in my opinion. Something else worth considering, by the way, or not worth considering. I also watched Barry last night. I also ate a bag of Doritos, and for some reason it gave me gut rot. I have no idea why. Still suffering that today. Thought I was gonna like barf out my insides. It's fucking weird. I don't know exactly why that happened. I had this bag of Doritos, and it did not sit well with me for some reason. Not sure. Never had that reaction to Doritos. It's almost like I got like mild food poisoning from them, which is weird considering they're Doritos. I guess maybe that's something weird happened in the plant. But yeah, I started watching Barry. Barry went on break. Barry's a comedy show. It's like a lot like Dexter, and we're gonna talk a little bit about Barry here. Barry's a lot like Dexter. It's about basically a ex-Marine who has to reintegrate in life and basically turns into an assassin and all the shenanigans that deal with that. It's a pretty cool series. Season 1 and Season 2 are, well, relatively interesting. And then you notice there's a 3-year time jump here. They blame it on COVID. There's a 3-year time jump here. Barry Season 3 is nothing like Season 1 and 2. Season 1 and 2 are relatively good. Season 3 is woke bullshit extravaganza. Holy fucking shit. Like, Episode 2 just turns into him being a mansplainer and like an abusive boyfriend. And then the entire show becomes about female rights and making Barry look like an asshole. I mean, he is an asshole. He's an ex-assassin, but in Dexter, like, shit like that just didn't really happen. It was fucking weird. Like, they had a scene where he just, like, this intense screaming scene where he just screamed at one of the characters while they're in the middle of their, like, feminist agenda meeting. Just out of nowhere. Yeah, it was fucking weird. It was so fucking weird. And then it's one of these things where he wasn't listening to her. It is super staged. And this is the problem I have with modern media, especially woke modern media, is when they do shit like this, it is so engineered. It doesn't even make, like, you can't even relate to it. And then the rest of the series basically becomes about that action. There's half of that's about, like, literally that interaction, and the other half of it's about him trying to make amends for his past with one of his teachers. All the while, basically, he gets fucked. Yeah, I don't even know how to, like, you can't even talk about this shit, because the moment you mention woke bullshit or propaganda or like narrative, it just becomes literally about that. The funny thing is, and like, if you guys are curious, it's Season 3, Episode 2, and right before it happens, they literally talk about, oh, we can't write that because it will look like we're trying to perpetuate our own agenda. Propaganda. Like, literally said that right in the series, and then they just did it right in the series. It was like, it's like the writers thinking the audience is too stupid to realize what they're doing. It was pretty fucking bland. And like, putting that aside, it was incredibly bland to begin with, but that was horrible. I'm still watching it, but it's not gone better. The entire series basically becomes about that, and then like, like one of the other actors basically tries to butt into the other, not actors, one of the other characters tries to butt into the other character's life because they disagree with their life choices, and then basically poisons their relationship, and then it just literally just turns into a shit show, and of course Barry's just going to fulfill all the check boxes of being an asshole, because the writers have an agenda for him. That's just the way it is. Writers can write whatever the fuck they want. There's going to be no coming back from it. There's going to be no redemption arc, or if it's going to be a redemption arc, basically he's going to be torn down. He already basically was. In season 1 and 2, the series was basically about him. Season 3 is literally about the female actor. I don't even remember her name. Barry. I mean, they already have like gay characters in it. I don't care if they're gay, whatever. They have a gay relationship character in there. Basically became about her. Instead about this guy, who looks an awful lot like Dexter, doesn't he? Instead of being about him, it's about her. And that is fucking ridiculous. Like, and the jokes aren't even funny anymore. They don't even tell jokes. It's literally just, it's supposed to be a comedy. It's supposed to be kind of a light comedy. And instead of a light comedy, like, maybe not light comedy, what do they call it? Dark humor comedy. Instead of being like kind of dark humor, it's literally just went down into like Barry being like this ex-military guy that's an abusive boyfriend, and it was what the fuck are they even doing? It's so horrible. It is like they just went bad, and like nothing like Rotten Tomatoes. Everyone's like, oh my god, the new series is so good. Like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb, like all their reviews are fucking like they're straight up. People talk about review bombing. There are people that review bomb the opposite direction too, that give things like really, like you pay for good reviews. Like that's the thing, and it's actually gotten to that point where you can't trust any of the reviews. You can pick through them and find the critical reviews, you know, where they actually like weigh and balance the elements in the series. But they're like 1 in 20 of the reviews on, maybe even less than that. Like it's still relatively new, so there aren't that many reviews on it, but it is horrible. It is fucking like you can literally tell that they're out with a vengeance, like to like really stick it to Barry. And put aside the fact he is a serial killer, like the series is about him. It's Dexter, right? It's about like Dexter. What else would you expect? But in Dexter, you don't watch Dexter because you want to watch Dexter continually get torn down and cast in a way that makes him always look like a horrible person, right? But they did it in this series. So like, what's even going on? Like I don't understand. It's not funny. It's not interesting. It's not even really a drama. There's no real love. What is this? Like, what does it want to be? It's like all they're doing is sending a message, and they don't care about this actual series anymore. This is one of the things I really hate. Star Trek Discovery is the same way. Started out all right in season 1 and 2, and then they basically neutered all the male cast. I'm not even joking. And neutered all the male cast, and then it basically just turns into like this propaganda piece. No fucking idea what they're doing. Season 1 and 2 were all right. Season 3, holy shit. I'm on like I think on the last 2 episodes, and it's horrible. It is fucking horrible. It's like literally watching Barry's life just burn down around him. And it's all his fault because he's a male. Basically, that's what it amounts to, white male specifically. I don't even understand, guys. Fucking ridiculous. But here we are. This is where we are nowadays, guys. This is life. So, first one shows Canada, Quebec. I'm not from bandwidth. You want the max quality. Max quality, max BPS. I actually stream to Canada. I don't use the Chicago server. I use the Montreal server because it actually has a more stable bitrate for me. True story. A lot of people stream to Chicago. Doesn't really matter where you're from. It's whatever server is best for you. It's not like it crosses the border and it has to be the packets have to be searched at the border. Maybe they are. Maybe the Canadian government is out with their Mounties on their routers. They're riding around their routers on their horses, patrolling the bits, like China with their Great China Firewall. Yeah, but yeah, guys, Barry, I don't. It's like Barry's another example, like literally just them just tearing down white male cast, and because prior seasons didn't do that. They tried to, he had his bad moments, but he usually had like areas where he made up for it, right? And this season, he literally just got torn down. And that's it. It's like it was just about him looking like your typical 60s male that beats his wife. And I'm not like it comes home in a wife beater and beats his wife or something. Yeah. Despite the fact that it literally, Like she even like the weird thing was like so he had a screaming moment where he's like up in her face screaming at her for whatever. It didn't make sense. It did not make sense in terms of their actual relationship in the series. Like in her face screaming at her for no real reason, and then like she turns into essentially a codependent for like an episode, turns into a codependent housewife, and then another episode basically breaks up with him, and then he happens to be there, and he reveals a little bit of the serial killer side that he has, and then she has like this whole unsafe moment where then she screams at him, and yeah, it was fucking weird. It was so fucking weird. I don't. It makes you feel uncomfortable. It makes you feel. And okay, you know, serious situations like that should. You have to understand though that I'm watching this show for entertainment, right? I am someone who is watching a TV show for entertainment, a comedy, a fucking comedy. I'm watching a comedy for entertainment, and instead you have abusive housewife like drama in it? What is this shit? Who the fuck watches this shit? Why are you making this? I don't know. I don't understand it. I would encourage all you guys to watch the series. 1 and 2 are alright and they're worth watching. Season 3 is... What are they doing? What is happening nowadays? I don't understand it, guys. It is horrid. It is absolutely fucking horrid. Like, it makes you feel horrible just watching the show, and like, it doesn't matter if that sometimes happens in real life. You don't. It's entertainment. You're watching it for fun. I'm watching it because it's something I want to enjoy my life doing, right? So why the fuck would I watch this? I don't know. And I don't think they understand what they're doing to their own. Like, you have to sell this to people, right? Like, people have to want to watch this, but they don't. I can't even convey how horrid like the episode was, where I immediately noticed that they're like setting it up to tear him down, and then he just does like the most basic, bland, like toxic male thing you can do, and then have everyone literally tear him down around him. And like nothing like the character in the first 2 seasons, and then he just straight up does it. And then they have the fucking episodes where they're like, oh yeah, no, he's a good boyfriend, ah ha ha, you know, where their heart's not really in it. It is fucking horrible. Oh god. Oh Jesus, guys, I can't even. Like, I'm watching it because I want to see it end, and maybe I'm mistaken about this, but this is worse than Discovery. Like, I can't even make this shit up. Like, I should actually just maybe toxic. Maybe a Critical Drinker wants to take on this. This is horrid. Oh my god. I don't even know, guys. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Okay, enough of this. This is just making me feel bad. Like, it makes me feel bad enough watching the series, and I don't want to perpetuate this too much onto you guys, but oh my god. We've talked about woke propaganda and political bullshit, the message that they shove down your throat all the time now in media, and some series aren't that bad. You can have, like, representation and diversity in your TV series, like Arcane did, and still have a really good show. But in the case of some of these shows, like, they're just literally just about like a typical 60s, like I mentioned, it's like a typical 60s or 50s fucking abusive husband that beats his wife or something like that, and then the codependent stuff that he makes. And by the way, that he never did in the show, makes up for it. It was horrible. It was fucking obnoxious. I don't even know what they're doing with the show. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Anyways, that's modern entertainment in a nutshell, guys. Let's take a look at the tubes. Let's see what's going on in the tubes. Yeah. This, I think this is someone's. They call it a demo tape. Or he's trying to showcase his skills so he can get hired. Maybe this is a movie too. I don't know. Oh, by the way, the action sequences. That's another thing. The action sequences, the martial arts, and everything, everywhere, all at once. Top notch. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Too bad the Matrix movie didn't have some of that. Instead, it just has Keanu going like this: "Hey guys, oh look, you're falling out of the buildings because you want to see me. Oh, that's wonderful." And Jesus Christ, another movie that was fucking ruined. I pretty much expected that, but they just delivered that full bore. See, movie 4, the fourth movie of The Matrix, terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Why LA destroyed its world-class transit system because it wasn't world-class? A couple horse-drawn carriages on the street with a streetcar is not world-class. But good. Fourth Matrix movie does not exist, guys. It's like the fourth Indiana Jones movie. Just don't watch it. What are they doing? What are they doing nowadays? How is this even happening? Do people actually want to watch this shit? Video of him chainsawing lumber. Okay.
Rolled up the family circus tent, go camping in the West Kootenay. She's a beauty day out here. You see they got so much wood, grows on trees. They just leave it to rot. Decided to stay back and look for some larch. Tabarnak de Saint-Cyboire. That's what the Frenchmen call it. Larch around these parts. Finest firewood you ever perspired over. Burns hot. Not available in my area. Supply chain breakdowns and so forth. So I'm going to get me some right here. About a 10-year-old tabernac tree. Tamarack likes poor soil and wet conditions. Perfect for the West Kootenays. Near Revelstoke on the other side of Arrow Lakes is rainforest still. This is a deciduous carnivorous tree. It's got needles, but they fall off yearly. It's deciduous. This is an old logging cut block. The second or third growth. Hey, the locals likely come hunting here. Lots of sign. I assume if I follow it up, we'll find a pile of corn or a salt lick. Maltesers. Elk flavored, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not much of one for animal husbandry, but I don't judge. It's a good thing I had breakfast. Looking for either dead standing, which I'd prefer not to cut down, or a dead and fresh laid down. And we'll have a little poke at this one with the gas axe.
Yeah.
If she's not
They look like molten
pumping
milk
inside.
balls, don't they?
A little longer than I thought. Normally just get her to lay down on the bed and I inch towards her, but let's see. Not much point in going through the deactivation ditch, getting her filled up and then getting stuck. So I was just gonna pack the saw up there, see if it's even worth it. I just put a factory reman transmission in this thing. It's had a hard life, mind. I don't begrudge it anything. It doesn't owe me anything, that's for sure. Not making payments on it. Oh my! C manual. I don't like talking to them Mexicans. They get expensive. Oh, that's not good. Clunking and grinding and shaking. At least they circled the problem. She ain't the better three carters for nothing. Allowances must be made.
Emmanuel.
Yeah. Wood fungus. Not a good sign. Mycelium all through it. Likely punky. Wow. We'll just take a little cut. I packed it all the way up here. Yeah, no. Ugh. Wants everywhere. Barber chair, you know, split right open. Teeth and lips everywhere. The gooder there, right by the goat trail. Figure I could land that right in the bed of my truck. But I just got the one wedge. I'm not that dumb anymore. Coming back with your buddy the next day to retrieve your stuck saw. Yeah. I'm good. Many a time as a young man, never thought
That happens a lot if you use a
bucking myself
chainsaw.
off around a dirty old fur.
Cutting down trees is actually fun in my opinion. It can be very therapeutic if you've ever done it.
This one's a little punkier.
But getting your if your saw gets pinched, you need another saw basically to get it
A
out.
bit of it.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I don't know why. Cutting apart trees is actually very therapeutic. No idea why. Don't get me wrong, it's hard work, but it's also very therapeutic. At least for me. I think it is for a lot of people too, because they seem to enjoy doing it. Tree horror flick. I mean, if we find out the trees are actually sentient, that'll be a sad day. But, you know. They're all connected together and crying every time we cut one. Yeah, that'd be kind of shitty. Trees are actually sentient. Yep. I have. So while Barry is fucking terrible, guys, I haven't watched Love Death.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's some hard years there. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. About 1 million years old.
Add text. Bluetooth chaps and gloves. But yeah, I haven't watched, fuck, what was the name? Love, Death, and Robots, new season. I haven't watched it yet. I heard it's a relatively decent, though. That being said, you can't trust Rotten Tomatoes, you can't trust IMDb anymore. It doesn't work.
Now the fun part. Trucks are on here somewhere. All right, fine. Just one more. I'm already late. That's her. Come right up. She burns hot because she's full of resin. Used to be as a freshly married man, young, dumb, and full of cum. I used to have apples. Just about killed myself making apple cider just for the fact that we could stoke the fire. I named it Dickens, by the way, and the wife rather enjoyed the dark Dickens cider, but she really enjoyed the dark, hot Dickens cider. I'm trying to drive at. That larch is heavy shit. Well, if you want to play the game, you gotta pay the toll.
By the way, guys, if you like humor like that, watch Letterkenny. Fantastic show. Also, Shorzy is a spin-off of Letterkenny.
This.
Both great shows.
Right? That's your friend, partner. Poor sweet Daisy. Wasn't the national bird of Canada what got her? Them cursed skimitos. It was the no-see-ums. Brutal.
What are those? No-see-ums. Oh, it's actually a bug? Dogs. Midges. No-see-ums. Biting midges are sandflies. No-see-ums are a family of small flies that resemble gnats and mostly feed on plant nectar. Cool. It's a Canada thing? I mean, crass humor is not really Canada. Please. Please. You saying the rest of the world doesn't talk about dicks? Come on now. What the fuck is this shit? You're trying to dickgate me? Conversely, we could say cockblock. You're trying to cockblock me on dick jokes? You can't cockblock me on dick jokes. That doesn't work. What's going on here? That being said, but Letterkenny actually walks the line between humor nowadays is very safe because people want to avoid being canceled. Unless you go for basically, you can make fun of majorities, so Christians, white males, pretty much anything, any sort of assertive, dominant culture you can make fun of, but you can't make fun of other things, especially if it's a minority or people that are up and coming, regardless of whether or not it's not actually race-driven or motivated by bigotry. Like, you just can't make fun of them anymore. It just doesn't work. So a lot of comedies will be very safe or just overly crass. One of the ways you can get around that is if you're female or you're black, is really the way that it works. But anyways, in order to avoid cancel culture, a lot of comedies nowadays will play it really, really safe. Letterkenny kind of walks the line between being politically correct and being politically incorrect, because you have to walk the line between the two, and it does a very good job in my opinion, because there's a lot of comedies, like I mentioned, that won't even go there, and they still make jokes that are funny. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's like monologues, well-written humor, slapstick. There's just crass jokes in it too, puns. It has like everything in it. As far as humor goes, there's a little bit for everything. And like if you listen to some of the dialogue, the monologues that they have are actually very well written. Yeah, you really have to watch it if you haven't seen it. It's a very good show. Highly recommend. You can get saturated on it. There's a lot of episodes you can get saturated on it, but it's still pretty good. Archer's still pretty good too. Not so much as before, but that's the way it goes. You can't always have good seasons. Sometimes you just run out of content, and other times, you know, it clicks, right? A pretty good show, though. No-see-ums are small enough to fly through windows. I haven't... Oh, Canada thing. Okay. Oh, the no-see-ums are a Canada thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have them around here. Do they get bigger? Do they, like, fly through the windows when they're small, and then they get bigger in your house or something? Like mosquitoes or something? They kind of look like mosquitoes. But they don't bite. We have like little flies. Like there's one buzzing against my monitor right now. Like the little fruit flies almost. They're like mosquitoes. Oh. So I thought it's only Canada that has, or not Canada, Australia that has shit that kills you. Apparently Canada does too. These guys. Distributed worldwide from the Antarctic to Arctic. Egg, larva, pupa, and adult. That's really small if they can fit through your screen, though. They can be repelled with DEET, oil of eucalyptus, or arcaridin, which I've never heard of before. Interesting. Okay, I need to get my coffee, guys. I still have coffee. Be right back. Okay. It's feeding on a mantis. What? No-see-um feeds on a mantis. The midge is on the front right. Mantis is eating a bee. Oh. Front right mandible. So it's the mantis is eating a bee. The no-see-um is on the mantis? Oh, right there. Holy shit. Oh, that sucks. I thought mosquitoes were bad. Shit. State bird of Wisconsin is mosquitoes. I think there's a lot of states that have a state bird that's mosquitoes, but yeah. Look at that. Mantis are relatively small. You wouldn't think anything would prey on a mantis, right? Bugs get down to the point where they're literally like, they're basically robots. They barely can think. They have like pre-programmed actions and stuff they do. Cool stuff. Okay, so there's new content from AMD. I don't know why Hardware Unboxed and Hub are not covering it. There we go. One day ago. Let's see if there's a Gamers Nexus video. I want to watch that instead. On Stardust System Teardown. They still don't have a video on it. Yeah. Let's take a look at the hardware unboxing.
Welcome back back to Hardware Unboxed.
Thank you.
Today,
Welcome
AMD
back
has
to my
revealed
channel.
A few more bits of information about their upcoming CPU and GPU products, and I figured
This is new stuff.
it calls for another news video because some of the things AMD have talked about tie up a few loose ends from their previous Zen 4
It's basically a recap
announcement.
of everything.
On top of that, we're getting a few small bits of information about RDNA 3, plus roadmaps for future products. So let's talk about all of the information AMD showed at their Financial Analyst Day. I'll start this one by talking about the processor-related news, specifically Zen 4. At Computex a few weeks back, the big story were AMD's performance claims surrounding their upcoming Ryzen 7000 processors, and there was a bit of controversy about the statement that Zen 4 would have a greater than 15% single-thread performance gain versus Zen 3. Many people believed AMD were sandbagging with this information, that is to say they were deliberately providing a worse than realistic performance claim to get some benefit in the future, like more positive reviews or to have their competitors change their plans. In our recent Q&A, we talked about how this would be a bit of a strange strategy for AMD to take and how it didn't make a heap of sense to us. Today, AMD has revealed the actual IPC increase for Zen 4 versus Zen 3, which they are claiming is 8 to 10%. We also know that Zen 4 will clock up to 5.5 GHz in some instances, or potentially above that, which equates to a 12% frequency
5 GHz processors,
compared to the
guys.
fastest Zen 3 chip. Combining these figures would lead to a single-thread performance uplift of roughly 22%, taking the...
Not that clock speed really matters that much. It still matters,
The
but
Zen 4 cores were
performance gains through clock speeds have been pretty negligible in recent
We
years.
don't know yet if that's the case for stressful workloads, given AMD only showed that clock speed in a relatively light gaming workload. There are other considerations here as well, like how some workloads will benefit from the IPC gains more than others, but that number should be a rough ballpark figure based on AMD's public information to this point. While the 22% performance gain would be better than just a flat 15%,
Waiting for that 3D cache, which I think is, from what I saw, it's going to be late 2023, 2024, which would suck.
Like the Core i9 12900K and 12900KS,
I think
20 to 30%
what they're actually doing is releasing all their 5000 series later this year with the 3D cache,
as high
unfortunately.
as a 33% advantage for the 12900KS versus 5950X in Cinebench R23, and the low 20% range for apps like Photoshop. If the combination of an 8 to 10% IPC uplift with 12% higher frequencies turns out to be spot on, this would mean Zen 4 is only capable of matching Intel's year-old Alder Lake architecture in these workloads, and it will leave AMD in a precarious position up against Raptor Lake, Intel's next CPU line that we're expecting before the end of this year. However, single thread is only one aspect of CPU performance. Other areas to Zen 4 are sounding very impressive. AMD today showed a greater than 25% performance per watt gain over Zen 3.
This only mattered for
and a
mobile.
greater than 35% overall performance gain versus Zen 3, measured in Cinebench multithreading. Now, astute viewers will probably quickly realize that to achieve a 35% gain in performance from a 25% gain in performance per watt, power consumption will have to increase. But it won't have to increase that much. Just an 8% increase in power will see that gap accounted for. Of course, like with the single thread numbers, AMD are just stating greater than figures here, so we don't know the exact numbers, but it does suggest that Ryzen 7000 will be reasonably efficient at achieving its high performance. The multi-thread number, which has been alluded to previously by AMD and could be higher than 40% based on what they've said, is also incredibly strong. Firstly, let's explain how this number could be so much larger than the single thread gain, and it comes down to frequency. While a single core clock increase from 4.9 to 5.5 GHz is only a 12% gain, going from an all-core clock speed of roughly 4 GHz to 5 GHz is a much larger 25% gain, and they've previously shown off 5 GHz all-core for Zen 4. When you combine a 25% all-core frequency bump with a 9% IPC increase, we get a 36% performance uplift, slightly higher than the 35% baseline figure AMD are quoting here. In our testing, Intel's best Alder Lake processor can be up to 14% faster than the Ryzen 9 5950X for multi-thread workloads, but it often trades blows or even comes in behind, depending on the workload. AMD only needs a modest performance uplift to take the multi-thread performance crown, so a 35% performance uplift would see Zen 4 in a 16-core configuration easily become the fastest processor in these workloads, and there would be plenty of headroom to challenge Raptor Lake. AMD confirmed other aspects about their Zen 4 lineup today. AVX 512 will be supported, although it's unclear if this will be enabled for consumer parts. We can certainly expect it in servers, but you never know, AMD could choose to disable it for regular Ryzen 7000, like Intel did for Alder Lake. AI instructions will also be included.
Intel artificially limiting and segmenting their processors.
And of course, we also previously learned that Zen 4 will support DDR5, PCIe 5.0.
Yeah, so maybe I won't even upgrade next year. I thought it was going to be beginning of next year, but it might not be.
Beyond Zen 4, AMD confirmed that there will be a Vcache version of Zen 4, which is great news for gamers. The Ryzen 7 5800X3D is already the best gaming CPU in our opinion, delivering performance equivalent to Intel's fastest CPUs but at a lower price. Adding all that cache to a CPU architecture that delivers higher clock speeds and an 8 to 10% IPC increase, as well as DDR5 memory support, points to a big jump in gaming performance.
Want that Vcache. Not updating my processor until I get a goddamn Vcache, guys.
Performance targets yet. You also spot here Zen 4C. This is a compact, efficient core designed for high-density server applications. It'll be coming to AMD's EPYC.
I didn't know what the C versions were,
but has yet to be announced for any consumer applications. But workstation fans will be pleased to hear that Ryzen Threadripper 7000 will exist and is scheduled for a 2023 release for high core count desktop users. Looking into the future, AMD announced the Zen 5 architecture is on track for release in 2024, which is following a typical release cadence for AMD that we've seen over the last few generations. AMD are describing Zen 5 as an all-new microarchitecture rather than an iteration on Zen 4, though, of course. Many aspects of the CPU design will carry over from previous products, as a full redesign would be incredibly challenging, as you might expect given even Zen 4
yeah, cache. If you guys know anything about the 3D cache, it makes a huge difference, especially in older titles. So much so that basically all processors for gaming are going to have a huge cache going forward. 5800X3D being one of the first to have it. Probably arguably the first processor to really have a big cache for something like that. It wasn't exactly made for gaming. It is a 5775C, and that's from 2014, I believe, 2012. It's pretty old. It's pretty fucking old. However, but at the time when they played games with it, they found out it actually had a relatively big uplift. The larger cache actually makes a really big difference with your stuttering, your 1%, so your 0.1%. So all the hiccups and niggles, things that really just kind of fuck up your gameplay, the hitching, there's a lot of names for it, hitching, it helps with that, you know, and that's something that's really, really big. That's a big deal. In my opinion, that's a big deal, especially if you play first-person shooters.
Aside from confirmation,
yeah, I'm not updating my processor until I get a big 3D cache, and I'm not. The current one is a 5800X3D, and this just came out. So it actually looks like, I thought that Zen 4 was actually Zen 5. I screwed up my Zens. This doesn't coordinate with the processor, the 1000 series. I believe Zen 3 is a 5000 series. Unless it's not. Actually, maybe not. Maybe Zen 5 is the 7000 series? Zen 6, no. Zen 5. Oh, Zen 4? Yeah, 7000 series is Zen 4. Okay. Zen 3 is the 5000 series. Zen 2 Plus is the 3000? Is there maybe Zen 4 is used for two processors? On here. Zen 3. Zen 3 does power 5000 series processors. Zen 2 is the 3000 series then? Yeah, Zen 2 is the 3000 series, Zen Plus is the 2000 series, and Zen is the original Ryzen architecture. The 1000 series. Jesus Christ. Zen 2 is the 3000 series, Zen 3 is the 5000 series, Zen 4 is the
see
7,000 series.
efficient
Jesus
cores
Christ.
for some lines. Perhaps the only tangible.
And they went 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 for whatever reason.
And 3 nanometer. This suggests Zen 5 will bridge across TSMC's 2 main node versions.
So 3D
3
cache might actually be
nanometer
next
is
year.
a brand new node.
The end,
The
or the beginning of this year.
5 nanometer that we expect
Next
will
year,
bring
excuse me. Beginning
significant
of next
performance
year,
and
end of this
efficiency
year.
improvements. But 4 nanometer is effectively just optimized 5 nanometer, so it'll be interesting to see how AMD combines a step up in process node with older tech for this new architecture. The other important pieces of information to come out of this event relate to GPUs. We didn't get any information on the upcoming RDNA 3 architecture at Computex, but today AMD has reminded
Later this
everyone
year.
that RDNA 3 is indeed on track for release in 2022, built on TSMC's 5 nanometer
Which we talked about already. Probably going to
I'm sure that
see
we'll get another teaser or two in the coming months,
November
but
for
here's what we know
AMD
for now.
and
AMD are claiming
October
another
for,
generation where
excuse me,
performance
November
per
for
watt
AMD
increases
and
by over
October
50%.
for
If you've been keeping
NVIDIA.
track over the years, AMD also claimed a 50% performance per watt increase for RDNA over GCN, and then another 50% for RDNA 2 over RDNA. The actual figures we got depended on the product and the exact comparison, but it's fair to say the last few generations have been substantial upgrades for AMD's GPU family. As well as a greater than 50% performance per watt improvement, AMD are also talking about chiplet packaging, essentially confirming the rumors from many months ago that AMD GPUs, at least for some products, would shift from simple monolithic designs to a chiplet-based structure. This has the potential to improve yields and provide notable advantages when building these large GPUs on a brand new process node, though we'll have to wait and see what configurations of chiplets AMD are deciding to use. However, it should be noted that if the rumors are to be believed, and they often aren't, so as always take it with a grain of salt, not all of AMD's upcoming Navi 3X products will use chiplets or be built on TSMC 5 nanometer. The current expectation is those technologies will be used for the highest end parts, while the more mid-range products will stick to older nodes and monolithic designs. AMD didn't talk about any of this today, so we don't know for sure what will happen. What AMD did talk about is an upgraded compute unit and next-gen Infinity Cache, which I think are expected upgrades. Of course, the claimed performance per watt gain doesn't align with the various rumors this generation that GPU performance will double compared to the previous generation, but there are many ways to achieve this, such as simply increasing the power consumption of each part. But it's worth noting that AMD weren't making any actual performance claims here, it's just a very early discussion on RDNA 3 that we expect to be elaborated on significantly in the coming months. In the future, we can expect RDNA 4 in 2024 built on an advanced node that AMD wasn't willing to disclose. Like with their CPU line, this keeps up a consistent cadence where we get new products every 2 years or so. Of course, since we are so far away from RDNA 4, no details at all to speak of. Zen 4 and RDNA 3 technologies will be combined into AMD's next generation APU for laptops, codenamed Phoenix Point, which is expected in 2023. Also listed on the slide here is AIE, which refers to their AI hardware acceleration. Then at some point around 2024, we're looking at a Strix Point APU featuring Zen 5, RDNA 3 Plus, and advanced process node technology. That's pretty much it for AMD's consumer announcements at their Financial Analyst Day. But of course, the idea of this event is
Good.
really to announce
3D
new
cache,
products,
guys.
to give
Looking forward to
updates
3D
the
cache.
financial doing
And a
that
5,000,
to
excuse me,
buy
500
or
hertz monitor, not
stock.
5,000 yet.
This is why we've got so many future roadmaps and statements
500
about
hertz
what
monitor,
AMD's
hopefully
working
later
on,
this year or
rather
next
than
year.
demos or things like that for upcoming
Finally gonna
products.
upgrade.
There also weren't that many surprises out of today's event, more just confirmations of things that most people thought would happen. You'd be pretty silly to guess that the architecture coming after Zen 4 would be named anything other than Zen 5, for example, but at the very least, there are lots of exciting products coming up in the next few years. I'm particularly
Haven't
curious to
upgraded my
see
monitor
how a
since
chiplet-based
2019.
design works for a GPU.
240 hertz monitor back then.
Competition from Intel
And
and
still
with
waiting.
products like Raptor Lake and the RTX 40 series, both expected before the end
500
of
hertz and
2022
TN.
as well. Anyway, that's it for this brief news update. A few interesting tidbits here from AMD's event, discussing Zen 4, RDNA 3, and all sorts of other stuff. So, hope you
Good
enjoyed
stuff.
This one. If you do want to support it,
Haven't upgraded my graphics card. I'm still on a 2080. Skip the 3000 series.
You gain access to things like our Discord chat, where you can chat about the news and all sorts of other topics with us. And
It looks like this
others.
release
So,
is going to
thanks
happen
for
like right in
watching.
the middle of a crypto crash too, which means there'll probably be relatively high availability of cards too. Which is, by the way, why I'm telling people to wait. If you're looking to upgrade, guys, wait. Just wait. Wait till this fall. There'll be a lot of interesting options this fall. Alrighty. Once again, I want to watch Mavericks, so I'm not going to look at the review. Kind of curious what kind of shade Cheddar's throwing at LA, but, you know, there's a lot of misinterpretation. Like, I'm all for public transit, by the way, especially mass transit. I think is very useful for both reducing our carbon footprint as well as getting people from point A to point B effectively. All for high-speed rail. However, there's a push where they just try to make things like cars look bad all the time, and I don't think it's relatively founded. Why do you need more than 240 hertz? Because I want to see, like, liquid glass on my monitor. Don't be a... You can't see higher than 60 hertz anyways, so why would you ever want it to sort? You don't notice every frame. What you notice is the fluidity of what's happening on your screen. And the new AOU panels, which are the new TN panels I'm talking about, the AOU is the manufacturer. The 500 hertz monitors have even faster response time on them. So 3 things matter with your monitor: is your response time, your refresh rate, and then also your FPS. All 3 of these matter. And while one is still a good thing, obviously you need to have all 3 in tandem to make things really good. It's not to say that each one of these 3 does not matter, because they do matter. They do matter, and they'll do different things depending on what's happening on your screen. Like if you have a slow response time and a really fast refresh rate, so you have a response time is basically the panel and how fast the pixels can change states to look a different way. If you have a slow response time, it can lead to things like ghosting, smearing. It'll look like basically pastel colors, even if you have a high refresh rate and a high FPS. You need a high FPS, of course, for your monitor to actually take advantage and show new content, but getting your content to your monitor as fast as humanly possible is your refresh rate. So if you have a really high response time and a really fast FPS, but you're on a 60 hertz monitor, these can almost instantly change. So the moment it gets a new picture, which is your refresh rate, the moment it gets a new picture and these guys change states, is still going to be limited by your refresh rate, right? In between the link speed. It's not actually link speed, but let's pretend it's link speed. The link speed in between is going to determine how fast this is going to change. It doesn't matter because, you know, they all compound with each other. But that is to say that a high refresh rate is still good even if your response time is low and your FPS is low, because it'll still get point A to point B as fast as humanly possible. It's like the interconnect. They'll get it from point A to point B as fast as possible, even if this takes a while to change colors. 60 hertz is trash, yeah. Can you tell the difference between 144 and 240? Yes, it was not as prominent as going between 60 and 144, but it was definitely still a difference, because I went from 144 to a 240 when I was playing Overwatch. That was... my first 240 hertz monitor was a PG258QN, I think. That sounds familiar. I just pulled it out of my asshole. And I switched to my current monitor because it has a faster panel in it, which is an Acer, and I'm never buying an Acer again. I have a dead pixel in the bottom right corner. Or not a dead pixel, a stuck pixel. Red. It only shows up with blue. Is that it? No. Like, right now, everything's white, but if I change color tones, it'll show up with, like, dark colors. It shows up. Never buying an Acer panel again. Fuck that. But yeah, it was still noticeable, and at the time I was playing Overwatch, so... Now I'm playing... now I am playing Dead by Daylight, which you could play on 60 hertz and probably be fine. But that being said, when games I play off stream, I play HOTS off stream, so it's a MOBA. I stopped playing games for a while, and I really do enjoy fast-paced games. And if you stop playing fast-paced games, you kind of like your brain kind of dials things down. I hear BenQ a lot. I heard BenQ has decent panels too. It depends on which panel you're looking at. That's why you can't just buy it based on a name brand. Asus is pretty good across the board, but even companies like MSI or Gigabyte don't always have good panels. I love wasting money. What? I'm not wasting money. I spend money on things I do. I literally sit in front of a computer almost all the time. I don't have the freshest car. I don't have a fucking Tesla. I have a nice car. Well, not a nice car. I have a decent car that I enjoy driving, which is a Saab. But like, I didn't go out and spend $20,000 on a car because I don't drive a car all the time. I sit in front of a computer all the fucking time. Like, this is literally basically my life. I know. And I do watch TV series on occasion, and I go and sit in front of a TV, which I have a nice TV, by the way. I have an OLED panel. Highly recommend OLED panels. It's a big deal if you switch to one, and OLED panels are affordable nowadays. But yeah, like, this is essentially part of my life, right? This is something that I do. Just like having a good chair, having a good monitor, having a nice computer is stuff that I utilize all the time, and that's how I spend my money. I spend my money on stuff that I do all the time. IPS panel is not an upgrade. So it is an upgrade compared to 2019 TN panels, but there haven't been new panels since 2019. And while IPS panels with good overclocking can kind of get similar results to TN, they still lag behind TN because they can't reach the speeds TN can. They have really good overclocking nowadays, and they can reach sub 1 millisecond, but that's not across the board. The range of colors and the speed at which it reproduces those colors changes depending on where it is. You have to go and look at reviews to see that. Yeah. I'd say the best panel you can get right now is the 360 Hz IPS panel, for sure. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 500 Hz TN, which is later this year, next year. Hopefully later this year. AUO announced the panel a month ago, I think. But yeah, it's like, I don't want to say apples to oranges comparison, but you have to understand that IPS panels like have been continually released every year for basically forever, and IPS panels have basically caught up to older TN panels, and not really across the board in all sectors, which is why I didn't upgrade to a 360 Hz. IPS panels win hands down when it comes to colors, I think viewing angles too, stuff like that for sure. But that's not what I'm after. Like when I bought my this current monitor, I was looking into it at the time, and when I bought my current monitor, I did it because AUO released a new TN panel. This is basically the best TN panel you can get for still, actually. But yeah, and people are trying to push for 1440p, and then 4K gaming, but that's nice, but not really what I'm looking for. So I'm all about that speed. I'm about the FAPS per second. Got to get up to 500 FAPS per second, you know? Okay. I did say I wanted to look at the cheddar throwing shade about mass transit. Yeah, look for Thanksgiving sales. Look for OLED TV sales. So right around, you can still get relatively good deals on TVs around Thanksgiving. Let's take a look at the cheddar video first. But Thanksgiving is when you want to buy a monitor, and you probably can get last year's LG OLED panel and get it for a relatively good deal. Just watch for sales. OLED panels are heavily discounted.
The city of angels, dreamers, and traffic. Traffic here is brutal. During peak rush hour, you can easily wait over an hour to simply go
This is why commuting sucks.
14 miles.
This is insane traffic, and on the other side, I'm scared to get back.
And while public transportation exists, it's unfavorable, with ridership continuing to plummet. So it may come as a surprise that LA used to have one of the country's, if not the world's, best public transportation systems.
They had a trolley.
Relying on rail cars. No, seriously, it was so vast. It had over 1,000 miles of track, more than twice what the Southern California's commuter rail system operates on today. So what happened? Is a widespread conspiracy theory pinning the blame on General Motors and other automakers true? Or did the system collapse
Trolleys
for
are not
other
the same
reasons?
thing as an actual transit
So
train.
for that answer,
Trolleys are like
let's head to
one
LA.
train car out of a transit system.
Our story begins in the late 19th and early 20th century, not with a public transit aficionado, but with this guy, Henry Huntington, a real estate tycoon. See, he wanted Angelenos to view and buy property in surrounding areas. So he organized a railway company called Pacific Electric. These rail carts allowed people to travel long distances and build homes while still being connected to the city.
This is
And
prior
not
to
only did
everyone
they,
having a car.
The railway connected cities and counties all the way from Riverside to San Bernardino to Orange to Los Angeles and more, while subsequently building up suburbs like Pomona, Burbank, and Alhambra. By 1910, these red cars reached 4 counties, spanning over 1,200 miles of track. And at their peak, everyone rode them. Blue and white collar workers, ladies who lunch,
Doesn't have
mothers,
cars.
children, you name it.
No shit.
So you could take it up to the mountains to go hiking, and you could go out to the beach. It was absolutely comprehensive. I mean, the map of the early
Pretty
streetcar
cool.
system looks like a spider web, essentially, around greater Los Angeles. The bones of that system actually are still visible today.
Hey, mister, ain't you got a car? Who needs a car in LA? We got the best public transportation system in the world.
They were convenient and actually pretty speedy, reaching, at their peak, up to 40 to 50 miles
Once
per
again,
hour.
this is basically a
They're eventually
bus.
consolidated into two systems.
They're essentially a
the
bus.
red cars and the yellow cars in LA.
This I don't think
with the red
represents
cars
mass
being
transit at all.
More of a sort of long distance way to get around. The yellow cars focus more around the urban center of downtown LA and out from there.
I bet they
But
still
in
have a bus system.
1961, the last cart took its final ride. So why the collapse? Well, one long-standing conspiracy theory pins the blame on General Motors. Enter the streetcar scandal. Back in 1945,
It's literally a bus
corporation called
on
National
rails.
City Lines,
So why wouldn't
who
you
was
just have a
already
bus?
operating transit systems in over 25 American cities, acquired the LA Railway. Afterward,
Like, trolleys are pretty
buses
cool,
began
like from a nostalgia standpoint,
Why?
but don't make
Well,
sense in terms of mass
National
transit.
City Lines had more on their minds than just keeping a good transit system going. They had big-name auto investors to please, including none other than General Motors. So the thought goes like this.
General Motors had paid essentially
Let's
to
see.
buy up the streetcar line.
How
and convert
many
it to a bus route.
buses
And so that's really the
does
heart of the
LA
conspiracy
have?
theory, that therefore General Motors was surreptitiously
Los
behind
Angeles,
buying
the
up all
Metro-
these streetcar lines.
GM,
Los Angeles
among other
County
GM
Metropolitan
industry,
Transportation
would benefit from a
Authority
transit system that
has
relied on
2,300
gasoline and rubber
buses.
Rather than electricity and rails.
Third
There's
largest
definitely
fleet
some
of
truth
buses
to the
in
idea
North
that
America.
GM and other corporations were up to no good. In 1947, the Federal
Yep.
District Court of Southern California actually
But
indicted
don't worry,
corporations
this is
and
totally
some
all about
individuals,
trying to keep
including GM,
the trolley
for
down.
violations of the Sherman Antitrust
Shit.
Act. And they were convicted in 1949 of conspiring to monopolize sales of buses and supplies to companies owned by National City Lines. GM paid a $5,000 fee, which is roughly equivalent to $59,000 today. And if you've ever seen the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, a wildly famous scene nods to the theory.
Nobody's gonna drive this lousy freeway when they can take the red car for a nickel.
Well, they'll drive. They'll have to. You see, I bought the red car so I could dismantle it.
This makes for an iconic movie scene, but the truth is a little more complicated, and sadly, a little less Hollywood ready. First, let's dive into what was going on at the time. These trolleys faced a lot of difficulties. Ridership began to decline in the 1920s as automobiles became a new popular option.
Yep.
People began switching their fares for cars. Some
And used
suburbs,
cars basically
like Pomona,
obliterated
even began
most of
to
that.
switch from trolleys to buses at the time. since
Mass
buses
transit
could
has
easily track
benefit
and
though,
easily
non-bus
reroute.
mass
Other American
transit,
cities
like
also
when you talk
followed
about
suit,
subways because
and
it
by the end of
bypasses
the
everything, right?
1920s, About 20% of the cities nationwide used only buses. Even Pacific Electric had ordered a few buses. Streetcars also faced a number of labor shortages and strikes. The decline continued with the Great Depression. Ridership fell 50% by 1933. It dropped another 50% the following year. And at that point, the cars were largely a neglected and unpleasant option. Plus, the cars now had to share the streets with buses, which made them slower and more vulnerable to traffic jams. During the World Wars, thanks to gas rationing, ridership briefly ticked up. But it didn't last long.
Yep.
And overall, the system was losing money.
Benefit
Between
of mass transit,
1945
like subways, is
and
totally just getting around
the
all
number
the
of
shit
riders
and not
fell
having to
by
park a car,
80
right?
million.
But the
After World
bus,
War
buses
II,
still have to
it
deal
was
with other
slowly
vehicles.
By the 1940s, you saw the first, basically modern freeway built in the country. And there was a big
Yeah.
vision for how freeways were going to crisscross Los Angeles, make driving easy. And that was where people wanted to put public dollars. Some of the early gas taxes were passed at the local level first and the state level to help fund this infrastructure.
The air view shows how engineers have overcome complex traffic problems by building a network of broad major freeways which extend throughout the city.
So, in 1961, the last passenger rail car finished its ride.
Bye-bye.
All of these pressures are the real reasons.
Bye-bye,
But
streetcar.
there's one important detail. Remember how we told you in the beginning how this real estate tycoon established lines to help sell real estate? Well, that essentially led to its demise. These rail cars were never created to be public transportation. It was privately funded, and no government agencies owned or operated it. At its core, it was a way to help real estate developers make more money.
It basically was a
And
utility
ultimately,
that was never
it wasn't
utility.
sustainable.
Do you think if
Good.
it was publicly funded and government funded and all of that, it could have still had some success?
Maybe.
There definitely was a choice that local LA leaders could have
But
made. Really started
why would
in
it
the
still
late
be there?
20s when it
Like,
became
I was in
a
Memphis.
factor.
Memphis has a streetcar that like goes up and down like a
Automobile
prolific part of the city,
into a more transit-oriented
but that's just there for
lifestyle.
nostalgia for
And
tourists to
at
ride.
that
Like
point, they
people generally
really
don't ride it.
jumped all in on the automobile.
They try to perpetuate it. They try to have like stations and stuff like that, but it's basically just tourists.
LA. This is Pacific Electric, and now it's been converted into Pacific Electric Lofts.
And how about LA's public transportation system?
Buses,
Well,
they're
it's
basically, the
still
trolleys are
relies heavily on
basically buses.
The city does have a metro and has been investing in more comprehensive rail networks in the last few decades.
Metro makes
but
sense.
Getting people to ride isn't an easy task, especially after COVID. Experts say solutions are centered primarily around urban replanning. Plus, it's difficult to break a decades-long habit of car usage.
The fact is, downtown LA has been losing
I'd take a train
jobs
if it's
as a
available.
percentage of the overall jobs in the region.
If I had to
And
get
you
point A
have
to point
job
B.
sprawl along with the residential sprawl, and that's when you just get kind of what we call a horizontal density, which is really the worst to have because it's hard to solve that with a functional transit system.
Until then,
Switzerland does a
they
very
say
good job of
they'll be
that,
going for ridership
but they have
and
literally
costs.
fucking tracks
And then comes the
everywhere.
politics of it.
I mean fucking
Local
everywhere.
land use battles. Homeowners
There's
don't
tracks
want
driving
to
up to your
apart.
mom's wazoo.
Some
Like
commuters
literally, you
don't
can
want
take the
to
trolley
do.
straight in there.
These are the battles now that have to be fought neighborhood by neighborhood, and the state and federal government can help with funding and with incentives to make that happen. But I think that's kind of the vision going forward.
I'm all
I think
for
we have a
public
much more
transportation,
sustainable
specifically
future in LA
trains
with
and high-speed
as
rail.
sort of the way to organize it,
But
then
trolleys,
filling in
no.
around that with other transit
Trolleys are cool
modes and-
from a nostalgia
and other
standpoint.
types
Don't
of
make sense though in
neighborhoods that are more
terms
convenient
of
and
getting
pleasant
people
for
point A to
people
point B.
live in.
Buy property in places all they needed was transport to give it value and convenience. Yeah, makes sense. No, he's trying to make, he calls it the boring company. He has a tunnel that has Teslas in it. Musk is one of the few billionaires, by the way, that's worth following and does interesting stuff that will impact you in day-to-day life. SpaceX, Starlink, Tesla. Like, the current EV revolution would not have happened without Tesla. You can believe whatever the fuck you want, but electric cars, EVs, electric vehicles, were not really a thing till Tesla came around. They made it, he made it so that it was a noteworthy and something that could actually be seen as an option for the future. And whatever you might think about Musk, he also doesn't always do the interesting things. You know, the boring company, so in Vegas, he made basically a tunnel, and it has Teslas running in it. And cars are not trains. they aren't trains. And I guess maybe he's a billionaire. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? Maybe our people are using it for sure, but yeah, I think it's just an excuse to try out his boring machines. I think he owns some boring machines or something. It was like an excuse to go and do it. Yeah. Yeah, not really what you're looking for, but yeah. But yeah, definitely for high-speed rail across the country, I think that would be very useful as an alternative to taking an airplane in terms of environmental impact and also utility and easy use. Trains are much, much easier to get on and go point A to point B. Like when you're in Europe, you can drink pretty much anywhere. I think in Switzerland, maybe not all countries are like that. Switzerland, you can have open booze on trains and stuff. So, like, if you're done with your day at work, you literally just get on a train. You can just have a beer on the way home. It's actually pretty nice. Pretty good stuff. But then again, people in Europe apparently can own guns and drink alcohol and literally take responsibility for actions without going doing stupid shit with it. So, I don't know. Depends on where you are in Europe, by the way, for guns. Different gun laws. Some areas have... you can own guns, like gun ownership. In other areas, it's much more restricted. But yeah, U.S. is fucking weird in a lot of different ways. Like, there's a lot of shit going on here, guys, that the rest of the world should not duplicate. Not just talking about gun laws specifically, but like the woke movement bullshit that's going on right now. We just talked about Barry at the beginning of the stream, and literally it's like it's not even entertainment anymore. Like, I don't know what they're doing, who they're making it for. Like, it's not fun. It hurt to watch it, and that's not something I do. When I watch a comedy that's supposed to be funny and enjoy my time, I don't watch something literally to just drive home like a 60s wife beater or husband beater arguments, wife beater arguments. It's just... Guys, okay. Let's cover the Reddits real quick here. Criminal activity in the homeless, yeah. Depending on where you are in the U.S., there's a lot of homeless people. Homeless shelters should be a bigger deal than they currently are. There's a lot of stuff in the U.S. that needs to be changed, but yeah. Good stuff. It's like, it's weird too, because people want low-income housing, but they want low-income housing that doesn't suck, which is not really what low-income housing should be. Like, I went to college, and we had dorms, right? You live in a dorm, right? You have a roommate, you live in a dorm, It basically fulfilled the necessities of basically living somewhere for 2 semesters, and that was the way it goes every year. You live, 2 semesters. You live in a dorm, and I don't understand why that model cannot apply to people and families. It sucks, it does, but as long as you're taken care of, you have a roof over your head, you can go about your day-to-day life, and you can participate in day-to-day excursions. I don't know why that's not a thing. I don't know why, and then people want to be really against it. Like they want to be poor and out of options, but then have really nice options available for them now. And that's the whole reason for capitalism, is to try to dig you out of that, right? And so you have options to get out of it, because you wanna have nice things, right? Everyone wants to have nice things. Most people want to have nice things. Yeah. LA has a lot of homeless people. San Francisco, there's a shitload. Once again, guys, as I mentioned before, guys, big cities have a lot of problems. If you do not make a lot of money, do not live in a big city. It doesn't matter what your race, ethnicity, gender, creed. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, because big cities, one of the easiest things you can factor for is your income level, right? And that comes down to rent. Whether or not you can pay rent. In big cities cost a lot in terms of rent. You can get a nice place around where I live, a 2-bedroom place around where I live, for like $700 a month. In like Boston or something like that, you're gonna pay like $2,200 a month. In Minneapolis, where my brother lives, assuming you want to live in a nice neighborhood where you're not gonna get shot, by the way. My brother tried to make an asinine argument about you being able to live cheaply in Minneapolis, basically in an area that you get shot in. And I don't think that's something people really want to compromise on. I'm not sure. Most people probably don't want to live there. And for a similar place with less square footage, by the way, in Minneapolis, you're looking like $1,300 a month. Rent takes a huge portion of your income, especially when you're making very close to minimum wage, and as such, you're not going to be able to pay it. And school systems in big cities suck too, unless you can pay for private education. It just all sucks. San Francisco is one of the most expensive places to live. And if you're going to commute into there, it's like literally a city made for the affluent, like Dubai. It is incredibly expensive, and as such, there's a lot of fucking homeless people there. I remember being in San Francisco, and like going to, this is back when I was visiting Lake Tahoe. We visited one of my brother's friends, and we went to a place to eat that was like in a homeless area, and there was like literally fucking tents everywhere. Everywhere on the street, there's just fucking tents with people living in them. And I've never seen so many homeless people. Another place with a lot of homeless people is Salt Lake City. Shitload of homeless people. At least they try to change it there. But yeah, it's just holy shit. That has a lot to do with the fact that it's relatively warm year-round too. So you don't have to worry about freezing. But pretty crazy shit. Don't live in big cities if you can't afford it. I know that sounds kind of contrived, right? You should be able to live where you want. No, that's not the way the world works. It's capitalism based. Depending on where you live, you can find a job now with the internet wherever you want to go and be able to get hired before you ever arrive there, and get a place before you ever arrive there, and scope up basically everything with the internet. That's also why the internet should be a utility in terms of everyone having internet access, right? But you can literally find a job, get hired before you ever show up to a location. So, I don't know. I think moving is an option for everyone. Getting U-Hauls are not expensive. Being able to scope out a location before you ever go there is pretty, not easy, but it's a to-do. It's something you have to do, and it takes time and effort. And I'm not saying moving isn't difficult, because it is, but there's a lot of people that move, so. Okay, guys, I'm going to go clean out my coffee cup and grab a soda. I'll be right back. Not not to be the just move guy, but you have options. People have options. Oh, we have to cover the Reddits too first. And then we'll play some dibs. Ah, I almost forgot about the Reddits, guys. Oh my god. Here's reverse Hanzo. A dance off. Uh-huh. Studio Ghibli presents Overwatch. I miss Ghibli films. The guy for Ghibli, Studio Ghibli, like retired and let his son take over, and then his son didn't do a good job, and then he kind of came back, and still not the same. All the good Ghibli films are like from the late 80s, 90s, early O's. Basically when I grew up. All the good anime is basically from when I grew up. 90s and then O's, and then when we got into the 10s, the anime started getting kind of fucking shitty, and then late 10s is pretty bad. Yeah. I even watch a good anime series. Oh, no, I take that back. So there's two that are actually relatively recent. Made in Abyss is years ago. That's like 2017, 18. But then there was... it's an Isekai. It's basically a rebirth anime. It's in my must-watch anime list. Very, very good. Jobless Reincarnation. Incredibly good. There's like not the Isekai. So Isekai is when you die and then you're rebirthed, right? You're birthed again. You end up living a different life. Rebirth animes. So you die, you're like a fat otaku. You die and then you're rebirthed in a different, fantasy world or whatever, right? They aren't new, but there's some that are much better than other ones. Much, 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 much better. AMD Reddits. Want my 3D cash, man! I want my 3D cash! You AMD Threadripper and Zen 5 roadmap. We literally just watched a video on this like 30 minutes ago. And then Harder Unboxed, or excuse me, Gamer Nexus just released their video. Fuck off. Oh my god. I guess they had to do their Stardust system, whatever that is. Yep. DVD Reddits. I still, like I said, I had a bag of Doritos and like maybe kind of ill, and I still feeling the effects from it. I need to go drop the kids off the pool at some point here, and hopefully they'll fix things. It's like, when you have food poisoning and like you eat something that doesn't agree with you, and it doesn't, like, it never changes until you finally excrete it. You can teleport into the lockers in the locked room of Temple Purgation as Dredge. Good to know. Cheating. He's straight up cheating. I don't know if profanity is allowed. Some Reddits do not allow profanity, which is kind of weird. Yeah, that's what happens when you live with censorship, you know, right? So you caught a rage cheater. Cool stuff. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Let's play some... Yeah, I still got indigestion going on. Still. Almost 24 hours later. Good luck? What do you mean good luck? Why are you saying good luck, Agent? But by the way, people copying my shit. If you go around the Dead by Daylight directory, if you ever see or hear someone go good or good, yeah, they're literally taking it from my stream. I've been doing that for over a year, guys. Kind of contagious, isn't it? Yeah. No other streamers did it except for me. I have some of the worst luck with cheaters. I do. We're actually theorizing the other day that my cheating epidemic that started in the last couple days might be being caused not by the patch, but because I'm changing my loadout at the stream start, and it's giving cheaters an excuse to cheat. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how games go tonight. Usually the weekend warriors dilute the cheater pool, so... Change categories. Got my mango Pepsi. Ah. It's actually pretty good. I think I'm sold on mango Pepsi. It's not as good as cherry Pepsi, but I think it's still a pretty good contender. Alright. Put on the shite. But yesterday, I think last million points we put into Legion and got 1 pin. We got 1 eerie pin in a million points. Got 1 eerie pin and like 4 black wards. Yeah. Unbelievable shit. Yeah. Mango is like orange, but it's not as... what's a good word for that? It's not as strong of a taste. So it really actually pairs pretty well with Pepsi, in my opinion. How's everyone's evening going, chat? Chat, you're beautiful. I have to say chat more, so I have to put in my chat hours of talking to chat. Not just the people that talk. Hey, chat. You're beautiful, chat. Poor man. I think last time we played, we immediately got a cheater lobby right out of the gates. Maybe we should just dodge your first game. Dodge your first lobby, excuse me. Sure. Let's try that. Last stream we had problems with cheaters, and mainly we're getting stuck in cheater lobbies. At the beginning of the stream, it was really weird too. Normally it happened more towards the degenerate hours. We definitely had some targeted cheating going on, meaning people were specifically coming after me. But that changed. We rotated usernames a couple times, and then ended up in a with relatively normal games. We still had cheaters, but they weren't that bad. What's our first game gonna be like, guys? Flashlights. Good. Cakey. And chest spawn. Lots of medkits. Seems like so my fake build has blood echo on it, which encourages people to heal. It feels like we're getting a lot of medkits, although we might have to change that. We didn't get, last stream we did not get a Calm Spirit though. Calm Spirit, incredibly rare perk once again. Spies baits Calm Spirit though. Distortion would also, actually I don't know if Distortion works for Calm Spirit. I don't think so, because Spies is Killer Instinct. I think it's the Doritos I ate. Like, they looked really good. I got a bag of... I had to buy them. Normally I don't buy Doritos anymore, because obviously horrible for you. But they're Cool Ranch, spicy Cool Ranch Doritos. And I thought that was a pretty good idea, so I got a bag of them. And they were actually pretty good. But apparently not sitting very well with me. Cam off for our first game. Spicy Cool Ranch. Yeah. I couldn't pass them up. I saw them, I was like, shit. And I put them in my cart. There was, like, literally no choice there. That is... not a cook door. Buddy. Okay. A balanced landing. Okay. Comes fast. Not the way you should have went. We have KD here too, that'd be beautiful. This is a ridiculous KD if we do. I would like to go over there. We have to go here though. Okay. Have to mark it. Not because we need the regression. Make this. Tap. She's going for unhook, because of course she is. Guy coming behind me. Buddy, you got some wiggles going on there. Good. Dude. We don't have any hooks. What the fuck's going on? We're gonna drop them. I have to go super far away. I'm not gonna do that. These hooks are very far spread considering they don't have hook spread. There we go. Goes. She toggled on. Either that or sprint burst. Pretty sure she toggled on. Oh. She's very fast too. DS now, she has it. She'll went for a hit on her. Nothing. I actually don't want to put her back here. We have to. Keep going, my dude. Yeah. You didn't even take a hit? Why wouldn't you have taken a protection hit for that? Why wouldn't you have taken a protection hit? It doesn't matter if you go down. If it could have actually saved her. He's very fast. There. Good job. Good job. Let's go tap this. And he's gonna come back and tap behind me. We're gonna bait him, tap it, and he's gonna come back and tap it. He might pass the skill check, he might not. We'll find out. You gonna hit it? Oh, he hit the skill check. That's okay, we're coming over here. Hey, buddy. What the fuck was that, dude? Even dead hard. Now we wait for... You might have Unbreakable too. No, she's 4%. He doesn't have Unbreakable. Smart thing to do would have been waiting by the hook and the guy on the ground. You see it? That. I don't know why this gen isn't further regressed, but, you know, whatever. Alright. Yeah. Oh, he did go for an unhook. While I was kicking the gen. Or which gen were we how long ago? No, that was this gen over here. They weren't there, they were across the map. I knew where they were. There was guys over here and we had them zoned. And then there were guys over there working gens on the other side of the map. So basically we had a corner with no one in it. Which is why I went to kick the gen. Also, when you play against good squads, usually they have... they'll have a delay before they off-hook. Because they want to min-max the amount of time that someone spends on a hook. So you actually have a window in which you can actually go for... this is going to RNG hatch. Probably went the other way. RNG for hatch, guys. Spawned literally right next to me. We don't know where he is, so we're going to play around Adrenaline, not close it unless we find him. Because the hatches are literally across the map, or the gates. There's one there, and the other one's I think over there, so. Good survivors can get out, say 70% of the time. Hey, buddy. No, it seems like you know that I know where the hatch is. Kind of just gave up. It's kind of weird. Good stuff. Good, good, good. Alrighty. We have DH, BT, DH. Secondary meta. We have Prove Thyself. Built to last with a big toolbox. The biggest toolbox you can possibly get in the game. Booners? That's it. I get to live long. And a hemo. This is basically how you min-max, or not min-max, just play Built to Last, and why Built to Last is a really good perk is this right here. Huge toolbox in Built to Last, which means he gets 3 uses out of this Commodious. It's pretty ridiculous. There's a hemo. This guy has a lot of points. He only has 11,000. Yeah, that's a lot of points considering what this game was. They had 5 gens left, right? They didn't even finish a gen. They have 11,000 points. Did anyone even get unhooked? The first chick got unhooked. There's no other unhooked. So where does this guy get his 11,000 points from, guys? These guys all have around the same amount of points because this is the same shit. They're all doing the same thing. Where the fuck did this guy get his points from? This isn't even the Feng. The Feng's the one that was escorting. No, it is the Feng. So I guess maybe points from escort? That's a lot of points for escort, too. A shit of load of points, guys. Protection hits are 300 points apiece, if you guys are curious. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I had to go take a trip to the bathroom, as seems to be common this time of the night. And play some music for you guys. I will be right back in 1 second. We'll continue some more games. Alrighty, guys. Oh. Let's continue on with our enemy games. We may play some Legion tonight too. We'll see how it goes. One's not enough. Poor man. Definitely gonna be a sweaty game. We'll go with it. The time being. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Ready. BP offerings. Ready. Do 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 do. Yes, Evan. Okay, I'm off for a second game too. Breaker cuck door. This guy in there. Sound like there's one guy working inside. Maybe kill shack? Yep. 2 people. No. Okay. These 2. Got the garage. Further progress. Back, you might be cheating. Ooh. Meant to bait that. Escort. That should have hit. Okay. Definitely should have hit him. Good tip. First one should have registered, it didn't. Second one didn't register either. Yeah. There we go. Still can make it. Very laggy. There was a guy in the gen in front of us too. That one. That one, excuse me. It was, no, it was that one. I heard it through the wall and I thought it was the gen on the side there and it wasn't. I gotta go fix your zombie. I'm broken. And open. Guy behind me. Okay. No pull. Kills BT. He has DS, he just thought about getting a locker. By the way, guys, if you ever see Dead Hard, it doesn't mean they don't have BT. DS, What do you guys? Did I from you? No. There you go. What about now? No, he's bad. Okay. This gen locked more than that gen. This gen has less progress than the gen that was next to us. Get the other one locked. Whoop. Good job, zombie. And some zone block? Not sure why I didn't pick her up just now. It's kind of weird. Another guy gonna kill? And he's dead. Bye. We'll go for 4K. One of the guys is unbreakable for sure, that's fine. We should actually went for a hook, but we'll go in with the slug to 4K. Ah, hey look, we're in chase. Oh, I thought we were in chase already. No, apparently we weren't. Alrighty. How the fuck did you do that? Very laggy. One of the other guys is unbreakable, probably. What we're gonna see here. We have kill dungeon, we aren't gonna go down there. Because we want to be in the open, so we have a better chance of getting slugs. Who's the one that was on my shoulder for so long? Is the guy. Now we wait for a 4% deliverance. Quentin. Is this Quentin on the hook? I think it is. Once again, I really wish I just told you their name in the game. So you don't have to fucking cross-reference your Excel sheet here, guys. So now we wait for a 4% in deliverance. And the other guy was the guy that was on my shoulder. So. Lovely, lovely sky here, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, gas heaven. Oh, nice pair of tennis shoes there, dude. Looking pretty nice. Yeah. Wouldn't want you to get off the hook if I leave, you know. That might cause a reset. Yeah, bye. Was she on my shoulder? Other guy scurried away. No, we knocked her down. Now, if we want to be sweatier, we'd bleed out the other guy. I don't know why the guy's not there, because the guy almost got off my shoulder. Right? I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the chick came back, and then we punched her before she unhooked. Still here. She might have flip-flopped. That's why she was actually there. We'll see. No. Now wait for her 4% of deliverance. Yeah, 240. When the horror game is actually better than reality. Funny. Hurt him. Maybe not. She'd actually just kill herself right now. He has more time to find Hatch, because we don't know where he is. Idea. Situations like this, guys, Iron Will should turn off. Iron Will should not be a thing when the entire team's slugged. And they're crawling around at the end of the game. Our hatches. Very close spawn to me. And we bleed him out because we don't know if he has adrenaline, so. See both gates. We can actually see both gates. Too late, though. I think he's gonna bleed out before I do it. Yeah. Oh, we still got the catch close, too. I didn't know you could do that. Uh-huh. We have DH. DHBT. There's a deliverance, by the way. Secondary meta. We have Prove Thyself. Deliverance. That's it. Who was that on? Yoichi. They have no unbreakables. Did have a deliverance though. Yep. Good. Good. Alrighty, maybe do one more and then maybe we'll do some Legion games. Evening's looking pretty chill, guys. Okay. In before we get an Ultra Sweat squad immediately. Usually when we switch to Legion, we just instantly get like Ultra Sweats and cheaters for whatever reason. It still kind of lends itself to me thinking that people can pick which killers they go to before you even join the lobby. If you're cheating. Because our Legion should not have my highest MMR. And a level 0 account. I didn't actually know this, guys. Apparently, even though this profile is private, you can actually hover over their icon and it gives you their level. Steam level 0 is literally one game on their account. Next game. I know, maybe that's bugged out. Maybe that's actually buggy and it's actually just showing 0 because it doesn't have information. I'll have to look into that. I've never seen that before. No Steam level 0s, thank you. It's quite alright. That is quite alright, guys. Chat. It's quite alright, chat. I didn't know. I'll have to look. It's the first time I've ever seen that when they have a private account. Good. And Keiki. Good. We'll do Camon for this one. Yeah? Okay. I've never hovered over a private profile before, so it's probably just because I saw it the first one. Yeah. So it's because it has no information, it just registers 0. It's privacy settings. Shelter Woods. Alrighty. Case game. With the dip. No, she's just gonna hover the backside. Yeah, no. There we go. They're over by Kill Shack from the looks of it. Go to this one in front. I think we can hit that even if he body blocks. Good. Okay. One, we'll tap this. We're gonna double dash. You begin on the hook right about now. By the tap. Oh no. Okay. A disco? Maybe. Hey, Sue. BT once again. The people will bait you with Dead Hard, and they'll be like, oh, they don't have BT. DS now. They don't have BT because they wasted their Dead Hard? No. They do that because it baits killers. It's very, very common. People seem to think they rely on Dead Hard being gone. I think she has a wall hack. Oh. Pretty sure she has a wall hack. Alright, not very good though. Good for the speed toggle, guys. Let's go over here. Yep. Broke my zombie in the corner somehow. I would like to go over there and reset the zombie. I think they're going to leave her for the time being. I really want to reset that zombie. We can't lose her, though. Like, if they go and hide her, that'd be a big problem. Second most done gen is in the corner. No pull. Pick these up. Got WQ. Gonna vault again. Oh. Go tap this guy, and then back to her. I probably should actually pick her up immediately. Do it though. The zombie's still broken in the corner. She should have went to the pallet. She did not. Unless there's a head on behind me. Go to Katie. Don't worry, my dude. We're gonna do that. We're gonna tap the gen again, then we're gonna go to the corner. Hey, look, guys, one of our zombies is literally broken in the open, isn't it? Kind of weird, huh? Like, he's not stuck on anything. He's just standing in the open. There's no ridge there. There's nothing that the guy's on. I'm trying to do 99 gens for some reason. Gens are all incredibly far done. I'm pretty sure they're using, they're speeding up gens progress. Guy might be cheating as well. I don't know why he did that. No. Yeah, I think this guy's cheating in speed hack. Yeah. Hey, buddy. That looked odd, like he got a second dead hard just now around that corner. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's cheating. And he's a moron. Once again, when people are cheating, like, they do really stupid shit and, like, just straight up run into your zombies. Yeah, good job, Tap. This guy's for sure cheating. This is... Archer. It's cheating. That's a speed hack and basically double dead hard or corner boost, one of the two. You got a lot of distance. Like, you went around the corner and then you got even more distance there. He didn't drop the pallet. You literally just gained distance on me when you're around that corner. This is unfortunately a really shitty spot. I think the other chick's doing a gen right now. And not anywhere close to unhooking. He's literally in the corner of the map. I think we're going to tap and back. We're going to double back. There's the tap. Claudette's just a gen nanny from the look of it, or safe rescue. So a carry. Okay, for phase 2. These gens are incredibly split. Second most done gen is in the corner, and we know progress on that. There we go. They might even both be on the same gen over here in front. Nope. There's the Claudette. Both of them are over here. So we're going to fake chase him, and then we're going to double back to Claudette. Hey, buddy. Guys running across map to save the guy in the corner now. Here a kill. Just to make sure Claudette didn't show up. Stutter. Who's dead? They probably both went back to the same gen. Spaghetti color. I've never seen this. This is relatively new. As the zombies freezing in the open, they used to get stuck on rocks and stuff. Now they just stop in the open when they get broken. That guy looks like he's on a rock though. There's tap. That was incredibly fast gen there, guys. So pretty sure they sped up the gen. That gen was not remotely close to being done. That's why they're both over here on this gen. So Claudette cheated at the end there and sped up the gen. We had that regressed, and it was tapped. No one came back and tapped it, so that's straight up cheating. Yeah. Yeah, straight up cheating. Instantly blew up my node totem. Good. You wasted time. Zombies are broken again. Oh, you're gonna go into the run. Yeah, so he saw the zombie through the wall before he even saw it, and he knew it was there, and that's why he stopped moving, because he was about to die to his friend. Yeah, so this is a cheat lobby. Yeah, then they just stopped. Yeah, we had to have to do, I'm pretty sure that's a cheat. I think that's a cheat that does it. Yeah, they fucking toggled on at the end of the match because they were about to get fucked there. They were both working this gen right here. They're both working that gen and had no progress. And they knew they were about to get fucked. So they literally, they toggled on to faster the gen in the corner. There's a 4K, guys. He's gonna get BM. Okay. That's a cheat lobby. These guys are from Europe. Alright. He's over there on that handle. There's Hatch. Okay. That sucks. We had that. We had that completely down. Survivor's throwing fits because you gotta watch them leave. Yeah. Most entitled shit in the world. By the way, one of the things I've noticed is when the zombies break, whoever's breaking the zombies, this is another thing. Whoever's breaking the zombies, I didn't reset this guy. Whoever breaks the zombies, when they die, the zombies start working again. So this guy was frozen over here earlier, and then he started moving when the last guy just died, right? This guy started moving when Chris died. Actually, no, it wasn't Chris. Cap died. Uh-huh. Good shit. Yeah, that's straight up cheating. Ah. Yeah, we were never in a chase with Claudette, so we don't know if she was straight up cheating, though. Yes, that was definitely... Besides that, that was definitely... Those two guys, you can pretend all you fucking want about that corner gen. Those two guys were committed to that side gen that we went to. And then the Claudette, after we split them, and the Claudette went over in that side middle area, and then we intercepted the Chris as he's running over to the hook. Was it Chris? No, the tap. We intercepted the tap as he was going over to unhook, and then we pressured him. And then we pressured both of them so they couldn't get to Chris on time to unhook him. And then the Claudette, while we were waiting for the last 15 seconds of that hook to die, that Claudette went over to that side gen, and finished it when I went back to the middle tree. Not middle tree, we went across the map, and it was about 30 seconds. And that gen in the corner should have been very close to being completely regressed. And then on top of it, I had to overcharge, still tap on it, because it got deadlocked one point in the game. Straight up cheating. The first guy we tunneled also was cheating, but they're not very good at all. The Jill. Chris was very fast. I have to remember names. Chris was very fast as the archer guy. Cap also toggled at the end of the game. Not very good though. So this is a 4-man cheat lobby. Good stuff. I like the response that the guy just came up with was K, K, and K. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, that was a straight up cheat lobby, guys. Oh, we didn't look at perks. Not that it really matters, but. Well, there's our first cheat lobby of the evening, guys. Yeah, and so as I mentioned before, one of the weird behaviors I see is when one of the zombies are broken, like standing in the open, the moment the guy dies, like he's sacrificed, not while he's dying, but after he sacrifices, the zombie just starts moving again. Pretty sure that was, I mean, for a lot of reasons, that was a cheat lobby, but I think it was the tap that broke the zombie, because after the tap died, it started moving fine. This is a 4-man. Next game. Yeah, that corner gen head is probably that, like, arguably not a rage cheat, but that was pretty close. Like, that was pretty bland. We went over there, tapped it earlier, and the guy didn't have time to come back and tap it, and then it got deadlocked, and no one was over there, and then we went back. They were all both on the same gen in the corners. If that gen had more progress, they either would have split the gens, or as a distraction, or they both would have been over in that corner gen, and they weren't. I don't. It's not the shitty thing about this is anti-cheat does not sell. I've mentioned this before. You can't sell the anti-cheat DLC. I mean, you could, but then how many people would bitch and go, "Oh, this should be part of the game," despite the fact that anti-cheat's very expensive. From a development standpoint, the cost you put into anti-cheat is huge, right? Those are programmers that could literally be doing anything that would be helpful to the actual game. Instead, they're working on anti-cheat, which inherently has almost no there's a lot of people that think people don't cheat, or I'm just like full of shit whenever I talk about cheating. And it's getting better. People are able to handle cheating better, like understanding that cheating is very easy, and it's very easy to do, and it's very easy to find. And when someone gets pissed off and gets yelled at they're liable, to go and buy a cheat because they want to shit on some kids for fun, right? There's a lot of people, though, that still think in the adolescent mindset of, oh, they can't cheat because this is the honorable battle of onlines or whatever the fuck they believe nowadays. When it's not. But anti-cheat, from a development standpoint, is a huge drain on your resources, right? And the anti-cheat that is broader overall means that it has less integration to your game, like easy anti-cheat or Battle Eye or Punk Buster, when that used to be around. It is more broad anti-cheat, and as such, has limited usage. Big companies really should tackle this, like Valve, Epic, Blizzard should have been on top of this and created an industry standard for anti-cheat, and they just never did. Oh, I forgot to turn off names. Oh my god. Well, that's a mistake. They should have really tackled it. I've tweeted at them back when I was playing Fortnite multiple times, hoping that maybe, someone would actually give a shit, because it's really expensive. Small companies have, like, no money. It's pretty expensive. Hey, buddy. Okay. And as such, they can't dump resources into it, so I don't really blame them. That gen is very far done. That gen should not be that far done unless they have a BNP. Yeah, that's way too far. That was one person working that. Let's go tap this immediately. I think we can make this before it finishes. It's like 80% done. There are 2 people here. But even with 2 people, that's too fast. Should have whipped her. Nice. Now we should go to a hook near that. Aw. Why'd they do that? It's weird. It's like they knew I was going to butt camp them or something. That's weird. I don't know why she'd DC. Missed him. Back and tapped it. Prawns with overcharge. Comes fast. Hey, buddy. That should have hit. She's definitely too fast. Once again, when people are cheating, when people are fucking cheating, they're like oblivious to zombies. There's this huge, huge difference between people that apparently not fighting. That's good. That means we can literally go on top of this gen over here, which is what we're doing right now. She should have, literally should have struggled just now. She's definitely cheating. That's the Cheryl. Yeah, like I mentioned before, there's this juxtaposition between people that are skilled and really good at looping, right? Really, really fucking good at looping, and then they can't deal with zombies. Okay. Bye. Because they're cheating. And they don't actually have skill, they just run really fast in the open. Oh, hey, look, guys. The zombies are aggroed to exactly the same person from across the map. No. I'm gonna reset that guy. That guy was over there and somehow aggroed to this guy across the map. Can't actually grab him right now. There we go. There he is. He probably is unbreakable, which is why we're going to go back and camp that guy out. Yep. Surprise! Hey, look, guys. DC for hatch. Isn't that great? This guy also seems fast. This is probably going to be a hatch. Yeah. Hatch or no? Too fast. There's no way we're going to catch him in a normal chase unless he's right next to it. Pretty sure that means he found it. Oh no, guys! Guess what? He found exactly where the hatch is. Good for him. Yep. That guy's cheating, by the way. So who was cheating? The first chick was cheating that we killed. And Cheryl was cheating. The Felix was it the guy that escaped? Top guy, Zane. This guy is incredibly fast. He's right. The chase would have taken long, but 4 minutes is more than enough time to chase him down, so. Would have taken a while, but that's why we had 4 minutes to do it. Good. Felix was normal. Quentin, Nia, I think was also relatively normal. Was it the Nia? No, maybe the Nia was the one that's cheating. Yeah, Nia's the one that got it. We hooked her, and then she was the second kill. We hooked her, and then she got unhooked, and then she went away, and then came back, and then we grabbed her before she was about to unhook the Felix. And then she DC'd. Cheating too. Cheat lobbies, guys. Anyways, so anti-cheat is a huge drain of resources, and it really requires an industry, the industry coming together to tackle it, and they don't. Because game developers apparently don't give a shit about cheats. Unless it impacts you. Basically, the only time they care about cheats is when it impacts their bottom line. So when someone actually, like, it becomes a big deal. EFT had a lot of problems with cheats, and it actually, there's a video I used to show off where there's a French guy. It got DMCA'd, by the way, by, who's the company that makes EFT? Bluehole? Yeah, so anyways, it was a French guy that made a video, and the video showcased what cheaters look like in the game. So basically, you had a wall hack, and what the cheaters would do, they had a code of conduct. What the cheaters would do, is because they don't want to fight themselves, is when they found each other and noticed each other looking at each other through walls, they'd do a wiggle back and forth like this to let them know that they can see the other guy through the wall. And they would wiggle at you so that you know not to shoot them and not go after them, because everyone's after everyone else except cheaters, right? Because it's not fun to go after cheaters. Yeah, so they wiggle at each other through the wall. There's basically a code of conduct they actually had for cheating in EFT. It was a really, really cool video. I posted it on Reddit, and I also posted it on the forums. Got a bunch of upvotes. And then, like, 4 months after the hype, that's when Bluehole, I think it was, has a big push for anti-cheat in their game in EFT. A couple months after that, it was DMCA'd, meaning Bluehole took it down because they don't want people looking at that. Yeah. It's a game. It's literally a game. They know that the game sucks and that there's cheaters in it, but they don't want to talk about it or do anything about it because it costs money, right? It's resources that they could otherwise spend doing other things. It's a huge drain of resources. The industry just doesn't want to do anything about it. It's a huge, huge deal for any competitive game. It's a huge deal. Got TTVs. Periodic streams. Live TTV, next stream. Next game, excuse me. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, I went back to show people that, like, maybe a year ago. And it wasn't there. It really sucked. But yeah, Valorant, like, most companies have their own in-house anti-cheat, and it's not always good, by the way. Valorant has their own anti-cheat, which, by the way, was gotten around in the second day it was out. Yeah, and they're tooting their horn about how big of a deal it was and how amazing it was, and the second day out, there's cheats already available for the game. Yeah. Crazy shit, guys. Well, I mean, you're kind of talking like the route of councils, right? Some councils can be jailbroken, by the way. And then councils are much more secure than... It's one of the benefits of playing a council. Councils really suck dick. But they're very secure compared to computers, right? I would agree. And there's ways of dealing with aimbots, too, like a hardware device that would compare your input. Like, you could even have a secure link between your computer and your mouse inside the game, right? It could have a secure link between the two using cryptographic keys. And they don't do that. Like, you have a standard for mice, in which the mice will encrypt the communication to your computer, and then your computer will decrypt the communication with a key that their manufacturer has, right? And no one else can use that key, or they get it revoked, and then basically their mice can't be used in esports anymore. There's lots of stuff they can do, but they don't do it, like securing peripherals, so you can't use an aimbot. Yeah, like, there's stuff you could do, and that you wouldn't even need to use a secure boot to do it. But I think that was Windows was trying to perpetuate, Jesus fucking Christ, the fuck is this shit? I have a hypothesis where I am quick switching my loadout, and I think it's causing people to more actively cheat in my games. And this is probably going to be a pretty ridiculous game once again, guys. We'll see. Yeah, it's a thankless problem, right? Like, I talk about it, I'll periodically get haters in my chat. They'll be like, no, you just suck, even though I like 4K. They're like, no, you just suck. And that's like a tough one to swallow is when you 4K. It's like Delusional Survivors. You 4K, and then they still try to say, no, you're just bad at the game. And then they're like questioning their own judgment of me saying they're bad, like saying I'm bad at the game. Yeah, and then we'll get into cheater lobbies where I have to rotate my usernames, like it gets like flagged or something on a forum or a Discord, where then we just get a boatload of cheaters until I rotate usernames. Like, people can't handle the idea of people cheating in games. Everyone wants to think this is some sort of chivalrous contest or something between the great powers to be or whatnot. Which, I mean, I wish it was, but it's not. If you can program it, you can make it happen. The main building. So when people cheat in this, for instance, on this map, usually they'll run long window continually. Buddy. This looks like a flashlight squad. Good. We don't want to go in main building. Should have balanced. And got hit by the zombie. Nice. I don't think anyone's here. Enough, Katie. Be able to get this even with the body block. Made it. Got it. He is very fast. She's cheating. The Nia. Yeah, Nia's for sure cheating. Zombie, please. Nice, too. Hey, buddy. Drop. No drop. You fucked up. Hit hard. Jump. This guy I don't think is cheating. Yeah, I think this is a carry. This guy's not cheating, the other guys are. We have Katie here, we'll see if we get it. Can't get in front. Let's see, it's right here. We're gonna go kill dungeon. Got a punch. Got it. He just flashlighted me from the fucking side. So the Dwight's cheating. Yeah, you just fucking flashlight. Those were very fast flashlights. I thought it was kind of weird. Because it was. She's gonna get zombied. She did not. Yeah. This is a fucking cheat lobby again. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I don't know why they haven't picked up the chick yet. There we go. Nia's for sure cheating, the Dwight's cheating. That was like a 90-degree angle. Are they both here? Yes, they are. Dwight's probably gonna come back in. Okay. Hey, buddy. He just dashed. That was really fucking weird. Okay. You go up top and tap it. She killed herself. That's beautiful. That was he like walked into it and then dashed after the fact. Hey, buddy. So who's less likely to cheat? I think Nia. Nia, and I think they're all cheating, so this is gonna be difficult. Yeah, sprint burst maybe. Oh, you can time that right. Beautiful. She might be inside. We're gonna go central. Oh, we gotta go up here. She tapped it. Yeah, so Microsoft requires you to use a secure key now as a way of... It's like an anti-piracy thing. Once again, they'll make you run top loop. Dead hard. Dead hard. Yeah. I'm gonna be going for unhook right now, that's fine. Oscillate here. That. Somehow got around me. Kind of feel like I should reset that. Buddy. Going for unhook now. That nice dead hard for me? Let me see that dead hard, my dude. Let me see that dead hard. Wow, what a nice dead hard that guy is. He has DS, so we're gonna leave him. We're gonna actually wait, just to make sure he doesn't unbreakable and reset this. And I think we're gonna bleed out the other guy. And then we're gonna wait for 4. That other guy, I'm pretty sure, does not have unbreakable. This guy does. Oh, DS. Shouldn't have DS anymore. Nope. Surprise! Surprise, guys. When they sit by the hook there and they don't move, it's because they have unbreakable. Especially if they try to get in, like, corners like this, right? So the hook's like this, and you got shit behind it. They try to get between the edge of the hook and a corner so you can't immediately grab them or pull. He, on the other hand, was unhooked and went for a chest. I don't think chests count as removing DS, so we're going to wait on her. Which I think is about up right now. You got a hook in front of the shack. Yeah, flip-flop. Aw, she's a furry. Aw. Give her some tentacle love. Oh, yeah. Very sweaty lobby. We managed that very well. Didn't even need to punch everyone in Kill Shack either, and did it without losing our tunnel. I think I hear hatch. Can't tell. So the first guy we tunneled out was their carry. We found them and immediately killed them. She was definitely not cheating. The Dwight, I believe, was cheating. Yeah, I was not cheating. Who did I say was really fast? It was the Nia, wasn't it? Yeah. That was the one she was running in the open. She tried to get me away from the hook and ran in the open straight to the main building. It was going super fast. Have to remember this shit, guys. This guy is cheating. White was cheating. We didn't really end up in a chase with Feng. Oh, by the way, you got 16,000 points somehow. By the way, this guy also ended up with 16,000 points. Okay. 2 heals, 1 escape, which was a DS. Actually, it wasn't a DS, was it? Oh, yeah, you also had the fucking weird-ass flashlight angle. Yeah, when I was going down those basement stairs, those flashlights were going off faster than normal. I was trying to imagine that I should just walk down the stairs sideways. I was thinking about doing it, but normally you can manage the flashlights. This guy's for sure cheating too. Bang, we weren't in a chase with, so most part. For a while, Microsoft was considering banning users not only from their game, but locking their windows. Yeah, like, Secure Boot is actually, like, I've talked a bit about that, too. And, like, you could perhaps make a version of Linux that you could install, right? And would require, you can lock Linux down a lot more than you can lock Windows down. Unfortunately, Linux performance really sucks for video games, but potentially would allow you an ability to have a custom OS, essentially like a console, a custom OS that you could secure boot on your computer. And then the only thing that would be allowed on it is essentially authorized packages and such from companies, and like they could either like just straight up like verify everything that's on the computer on a hard drive, for instance, right, and make it so it doesn't access anything outside of it. There's always ways to break shit, and I mean this is a chicken and egg scenario, not chicken and egg, cat and mouse scenario. So you have anti-cheat makers, for instance, that are always trying to find cheats, just like with viruses. It's the same thing as antivirus and viruses. You have people that constantly try to break stuff, and you have people that constantly try to stop stuff from getting broken, right? And obviously, antivirus has much more appeal and money compared to anti-cheat, but functions in very much the same way. Yeah, so that's a cheat. We're just going to keep playing Nemesis for the time being. I said we were going to play Legion, but we'll wait and see. We'll see how this game goes. Yeah, it's tough. I do understand why video game manufacturers put so little money into anti-cheat, but at the same time, like, someone needs to do something. This has turned into a plague. Every game, like, you can't just make Apex and, you know, every single FPS make its own anti-cheat and then expect it to be good on top. Apex was really bad for a while, if you guys don't remember that. Streamer that doesn't stream. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm guessing they just, you know, it's not on their plate. Game devs just want to make content. They don't want to deal with the kids that are breaking everything behind their back. So the easiest thing to do is just to sweep it under the rug, right? Pretend it doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. Fortunate. BP offerings, by the way. Wrecker's Yard. Yeah, it's not something... Linux would be easier. In SteamOS, you could have said something about, like, you know, the usefulness of SteamOS, right? Anti-cheat. You know? Get people back here for sure. Not sure why I'm not in chase with him. Hey, buddy. Well. Oh, he's still there. Hey, buddy. Gonna do it again? No. Cookie. I don't know why she keeps running around me. It's kind of weird. We could go, Katie. Probably. That was that one earlier in the game. Yeah. Definitely have a carry. Ace or Vincent. Wow. That's one leggy person. Okay. Let's go to the same spot. We're gonna tunnel her out. Normally I don't change channels, but yeah, she's much easier to catch from this way. I mean, you can keep doing that. Not sure exactly why you did that. Yeah. What was your game plan here? DS now. Now we tunnel her. Have an escort. Not go kill Shack. Bye. Of course she used her DS up already. And these gens are going pretty fast. Unfortunately, we don't have anywhere good to go. We're gonna tap. She's gonna go for behind me. Unhook. Oh, there she goes. We're gonna see one of the gens pop pretty soon. I think they're just gonna do gens. Unfortunately, the problem with switching off your main hook is exactly what's happening right here, which is we wasted a chase essentially, and it gives them much more time. They're on the 3-gen. %. Push him outside. That should hit just now. That's one of the reasons I didn't go after this guy in the first place, because I'm pretty sure he's cheating. Yeah. Push him outside. Gotta immediately go over here. Both on the same gen. Unfortunate. See if it registers or not. Gen's about done, guys. We're gonna go over to the corner here. Nope, they passed the check. She might have Unbreakable too. Let's see if she's Unhandle. She's Unhandle. We're gonna work around Unbreakable, guys, or play for 4K. Yep, Unbreakable. Fucking weird. Very, very weird. Missing scratch marks. Oh. We didn't chase this guy early because she looks sus as shit to begin with. I'm gonna drop. You should have went window just now. This guy's very fast. We have a 4% speed increase too. No. We're gonna push one of them out. This guy has DS too. This guy is very fast as well. Pretty sure they're both cheating. We're just gonna go for assured kill, excuse me. Pretty sure both the guys are cheating. He's very fast. I guess they're Hope gamers, but at this point, yeah, that's because they went for unhook. If I was smarter, if I didn't play for 4K, guys, this would have been an assured 3K where I sat on top of the hook, and I didn't. So now this is an assured 2K. So, cam off. That's unfortunate. One of the reasons I didn't go after the guy again was specifically because he looked fast in the second time. And the other guy was either. See, he's going straight for my Noah totem right now. Yeah, 100% cheating. We're gonna push both of them. She's cheating. Once again, all these guys are cheating at this point. I think the first guy wasn't cheating. Yeah, that's fine. Dead hard. Now we're gonna go hook. They're gonna unhook in front of me. GT's up. Gonna go back now. He's gonna go for pickup here pretty soon. Dead hard. Yeah, gonna go back for pickup. That was a very fast pickup. They might have teleported. Oh, there she is. Oh. We're gonna pick up immediately so they have time to regroup. She might be behind me. Oh. Now we're right on top of the totem. Yeah, so they played around the fact that they had Unbreakable. We'll do some BM now to make them do something stupid. They're leaving immediately because they know they have no chance now. Just to make sure she didn't 4% between my swings. They might even come over for an unhook here. Let's see. We're still watching just to make sure that they don't come in between swings here. No. I have to try for more attention, guys. Bye. Yep. Uh-huh. Surprise! Cheat lobby. Again. Once again, that started happening all at once. It's right about 1 in the morning, and then we start getting this shit over and over again. EPN is actually blocked, by the way. Who was it? That was Michaela. Kate's cheating, the Feng was cheating. Was Michaela the tunnel? Yeah, this is straight up a cheat lobby. So this was the Michaela. This is not... Yeah, I don't think this Michaela is definitely legit. These other 3 guys are definitely cheating. Everything that happened in this match, everything had a purpose. Like, they're all doing things. We're all just trying to pressure each other constantly across the map. Yeah, if I literally waited by the hook, that would have been 3K. If I didn't leave for 4K, would have been a 3K. It's pretty good still. Regardless, it's still a tie, despite them cheating. Who's Felix? Felix is top guy. Yeah, it's for sure cheating. That's why I didn't want to play with him at the bus there. Pang was cheating. Like, you could literally see her make a straight W key across the map. They didn't cleanse it immediately because the Kate went to prime the handle across the map. Because if I camped the guy on the hook, that could have also been bait for Unbreakable, but I camped the guy on the hook. She would have had to have left for to get out. And also because they would have had to round robin hooks. So if I went and picked up the Fang and put her on another hook, which I was considering doing and probably should have went back and done, then they need to have a quick handle. They need to. 8 had erratic scratch marks and missing noise. It's the only one that wasn't genius, this guy. I thought this was the guy. Uh-huh. No hacks, of course there aren't. Shocked is Unbreakable and not Exponential considering how coordinated they were. Yeah, well, he never heard of Boone, so... That being said, we had people who had Exponential and they're literally cheating to get up because they never put down a Boone. That was a couple days ago. Last week, maybe? We had a team with Exponential. They never put Exponential down, but they'd always crawl to this building, and then they'd get back up. And I cleared the building a couple times. There's no Exponential totem in it. Either the Exponential totem was silent, or they're just crawling over there and getting back up. Because I went through the building multiple times. I went through the side areas. There's no totem. But they'd always crawl to the same area, like really made you question your sanity on what the fuck's going on. But there's no totem there. Yeah. Yeah, crazy shit. So. But yeah, they didn't break NOED immediately because someone had to prime the gates. If she went for NOED, then she probably would have went down. That would have been a 4K. Well, actually, maybe not, because the other guy had Unbreakable. I don't like the other game before it. That was straight up a cheat lobby. By the way, that was a 4-man. And you can cheat and stream at the same time, I don't care. It's not why I reported them. And then go directly for my NOED totem. As I mentioned, because they're trying to prime the gates. And then when we went to the hook next to it, that Fang went straight across the map over to the NOED totem on the side there. Just went straight in a straight line. You can literally see the scratch marks going straight over to the NOED totem. So I'm not sure what he's talking about. She made a roundabout play because she didn't want to get hit by me and she didn't want to get aggro. Even though we knew where they were, and NOED is basically, it's like a bug zapper. You can be assured people will generally go straight for it once it lights. Especially if they're cheating. Good stuff, guys. Fucking cheat lobby. Okay, I gotta take a piss. I will be right back. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's the unfortunate problem, guys, with not tunneling your primary. But the chasing that Felix, who was very, very fast, possibly would have taken fucking forever. He like ran right into the zombie and didn't get hit by him. I'm pretty sure, like, that guy was straight up cheating. Like, the zombie literally hit him and didn't down him. The other guys, maybe you could question it, but that fucking Felix is for sure cheating. Oh, by the way, if you're curious what a very questionable lobby looks like, we have question mark, 3 boxes, which is a random name, 233, pound 636, whatever the and symbol is, pound 939, and then we have box, die, box, box, box. I think we need to rotate our username again. It looks like we're getting into cheat lobbies. Next game. Like, I didn't even look at their Steam profile, and I don't need to. Don't worry, they're legit. Yeah. Leaves. We're gonna next game this. I'm pretty sure this is a streamer lobby. There's people hiding. Good. Well, I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Saturday night, Sunday morning. What do I want for dinner, guys? I don't know. Maybe pizza? Don't know. Pretty sure this is another cheat lobby. Christ. Have to rotate usernames. We'll see. We'll do one more. Once again, if people are cheating and they see me swap my loadout at the last second, it might actually be instigating people and making them want to cheat harder. Because I'm a tryhard, right? As opposed to just someone that has a loadout, it adds a character to the person instead of after the fact. Which is one of the reasons that I have aliases and I don't play under my Twitch name. I don't want to give people any excuse to cheat because it's so easy to do. So it could actually be. I'm actually starting to lean more and more towards last second swapping my loadout is actually causing people to cheat more. Or harder, whatever you want to say. And then if they try to do it after the fact, after they realize that I'm ultra sweat, too late. Maybe tomorrow we won't do loadout swaps, and we'll see if it's Sunday to Monday is usually the sweatiest of all days. Sun one. Maybe tomorrow we won't loadout swap and see if we have problems like tonight. It's all theory crafting, guys. Chat. It's all theory crafting, chat. The Psychology of the Cheater. By bensamTech. Game. One's a totem. I thought I was gonna whip him, which we don't need to do. Push him outside. Ooh, I got stuck. Stuck again. You're gonna take protection hits. Hey, buddy. What? Oh, that's exactly what we want. Huh. I fucking hate that bug BHVR. Hit hard. Beautiful. Where are they at, guys? There he is. I don't care, though. Guy downstairs right now. Yes, you. Beautiful. Thank you. Just gonna run a freezer loop now. Yeah. Got a W. Escort. That was a mistake. Huh. Yeah. Oh, we're probably gonna get a flashlight here. Wait and see. They got a corner hook. Yeah. Yeah, you did great. I don't know why you just wasted that pellet. You got a fucking zombie here too? We're gonna take her immediately. Because they're probably gonna unhook. It's unhooked. Before we get to the hook, we're just gonna drop her. There they go for unhook, by the way. Just the guy. So they just distraction played me. That's one of the problems with actually going and doing a secondary hook, guys, is because of shit like this. Oh. There she is. Went right. There she is. Okay. Just went around again. This is a problem. You guys are healing over there on the side. I don't know why she did that. That was a huge mistake on her part. You know she's dead. Who's the other one we hooked the Claudette to? A lot of gens that are 99, guys. No one around. Prize. Don't care, fuck off. That guy's trying to get my attention. Might be over here on this gen too. Yeah, they are. That's Claudette. Actually, that might be Nia. David. There's Claudette. Okay. Not sure what this is about. AFK birds? What the fuck are you doing? That is the David just did this gen super fucking fast, guys. The fuck is this shit? Yeah, so the David's for sure cheating. There's a lot of gens for them fucking around that are 99 right now on the map. And there's just like no one around them. So if someone's using a remote gen hack. There's the David. He's gonna W key, yeah. He didn't have enough time to do this gen, by the way. It looked like he was barely work done when he came over to it, and then he got it 99 like instantly when I went over to the Claudette. So David's for sure cheating. So she's struggling despite the fact she was AFK and she didn't struggle at all on my shoulder. Somehow she's struggling on the hook right now despite her being AFK earlier. I guess she just got AFK hooked? Oh, they're both here. Okay. Yeah, the David's for sure cheating. She's dead. We're gonna chase the other chick. This is gonna take a while to catch. Here. I feel like I should have hit. Now she's just going around. We know he's over there. Back. I'm outside. Yeah, he's very fast. No mither. No, no mither. She's already infected, so it'll make this easier. For Paladin? No. Go back to David, because he might have Unbreakable. Your hook's looking like we got one over here. Alright. Good stuff. Oh, we wait. For deliverance and 4%. Oh, look, guys. Isn't that fucking weird? Isn't that weird, guys? The sus player 4%ed. He must just have really good luck because he's a sus player. I wish I could pre-program luck. Oh, she's trying to BM me with the locker here. Oh, no. Now, ideally, I should actually just wait with the other guy on the ground because he might have Unbreakable. I wait for his DS. Another gen that's 99. Surprise, right when he left it. Beautiful. Looks like he's going to the pallet so he can Unbreakable and drop the pallet. Ah. We're gonna wait till half. And he's dead. Prize. Very fast gens. I wonder how many points he has too. We'll find out. Prize, another gen that David 99'd. Ah, I guess. He just had perfectly timed all his 99 gens just sitting around the map. He's leaving those things like hotcakes. Just waiting for someone to finish them. Mm-hmm. Let's see. David, who are you? Alarm. DHBT, DHDSBT, there's the Trinity, BTDH, BT. Oh, he also 4% on demand. I forgot to add that. But he might have just got lucky. He might have just got lucky, guys. You don't know. He might have just got lucky. The sus player just very lucky. Nothing to do with him being sus. Okay. There's a reason we sit on the hooks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to try no loadout swap and see. We aren't going to change usernames. We're going to try no loadout swap tomorrow and see if we get as many sus games. We're getting a lot tonight. Well, last couple nights. Oh my fucking god, I fucked up. Whoops. Oh my god, Mom turned on the microwave. I was sitting there yakking and I missed my window. No, what the fuck is that shit? Oh, yeah. Good. Next game. It's bound to happen. Literally talking about loadouts and I missed my window. Yeah, I think we're going to rotate usernames, and we're going to see if not loadout swapping actually leads to less sus lobbies. They added a new special effect to that. I was literally sitting there talking about my loadout, and then I launched. Oh my god. Well, that's bound to happen, guys. First time, not gonna be the last time. It's funny, because I thought loadouts would be the fantastic thing. They'd be the cat's meow. Because then I'd be able to stick it to those people that are counter-building my builds. But all it's led to... So maybe there's actually a point of doing it, let's say, if I want Lightborn, or the opposite of what I thought it was. So instead of people building around my builds, I should build around the fact that they're going to build around my builds. What? It's like... But instead of trying to deter people from doing certain things, instead I should, if I want to play like Lightborn or Crows, then I'll just like hot swap to it. Interesting, though. BP. I have known a definite decrease in the number of map offerings since we started hot swapping, though. So it looks like it decreases pre-lobby shenanigans, but then post-lobby shenanigans increases. Decreases pre-lobby, but increases post-lobby. Yeah, because normally we get map offerings, and we haven't really seen any map offerings at all. I think tonight we had one, which was the game. That was it. Also, no. It seems like they aren't taking like super strong items though. We did have that one squad that had white wards. Pantry. Okay. Bangs a Meg and a Yui. Like doing the top buildings first. That one in particular. I heard someone just now. Inside, we're gonna go over here. Christ. Just disappeared? Is there an entrance here? Fuck is this shit? What? Fuck. Teleport, maybe? Uh-huh. There's no entrances to the building there. They're just literally in the open. They're just gonna go main building. Well. The bait. I feel like I should have hit. Quick dodge. What the fuck, BHVR? Yeah. Faster than normal vaulting? No. Uh-huh. Is it? Uh-huh. Should we do one more? W key. Okay, we're gonna tap now. Surprise! Right when it's about to tap, guys, the gen finishes. Kind of weird, right? We have KD. We do not. We're gonna go. Sure. Very sweaty lobby. Now we'll sit up here. Ah, that's kind of weird. Okay. Huh. Reaches up. Yeah, we got a cheat lobby again. Fucking obnoxious. DS now. Oh, hey look, she ended up in front of me. They fucking cheat lobby. Drop. Damage is already done, guys. Fucking obnoxious shit. She's faster than normal. Yeah. She's definitely faster than normal. It's like 106, 107, I'd say. Now she's just gonna W key. Yep, and do long loop because she can't actually win in loops. Now she's going to try and play the minigame again. We aren't going to let her. fucked up big time. Okay. There's a guy here. We're gonna drop her since we have a reduced probability of picking up the other chick if we go for that, so we aren't going to. We'll pick her up instead. We're gonna go side. Actually, let's go middle. Cheat lobby, guys. Cam off. So I'm pretty sure it's when they see you hot swap your items, is they think, oh my god, they just gave it to us good, we're going to show them good. And it's one of those things where you just basically stuck a cheater and now they got to stick you. So. It's the problem with bullies, guys. They just do shit like that. Now we wait. By the way, while all this shit was happening and someone was picking her up top there, they're just pounding gens across the map. I would not be surprised if our Noah totem disappears here, right when the end gates are powered. Okay. Apply a little pressure, we don't actually care. No pull. They fucked up. Nope. Nope. Pick her up. Okay. And body block here. I don't know why they left immediately. She's dead. There's a guy behind me, by the way. Go over here. Got a hit. And hook. Beautiful. One swift movement, guys. Other guy's probably on a gen finishing up. Uh-huh. Hey, buddy. Fucking scratch marks are all over the place. Like, the trail went back into her trail. And then she left. Dead hard? No. Fuck is this shit? Gonna slap her. Now we're gonna go back to the Fang. It is. DS now, which she probably has. There it is. I could have just left her on the ground. I need a clock, and I don't have a clock. Okay. Now we play W key wars here. Okay. Very fast dodging. Shouldn't have even went for that. Incredibly fast speed. Nope. And they think they're a lot better than they actually are. Other guys in the gen main building. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go for double basement. Okay. Think she's gonna 4%, guys? Let's find out. Don't have enough time to get here. She's over here on the side, guys. Right there on the side. We're gonna wait for 4% in deliverance here. Guy in the UE we have to be aware of. Yeah, no, you fucked the pooch. No. Now we wait for her 4%. Oh, that's beautiful flood flower, guys. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful kill dungeon pressure. Oh my god, I love it. That gen on top, there's probably like 85% too. She could have got out. Good shit. Definitely a cheat lobby, guys. Mm-hmm. They decide they're gonna play after the fucking beginning of the match. After they literally steamrolled the gens, they thought they were gonna have a heyday with me, and it got them 4K'd. Their own hubris used that against them. DS, DH, DS, DH, DS, BT, DS, DH, BT. There's the Trinity. Oh my god. There's 0 resilience, no spine chills, so faster than normal vaulting. She was doing that even before the spine chills, though. And a hemo. Now, we in secondary met Unbreakable. 3 Unbreakables. I didn't see a single person using Unbreakable this match. Does Feng have one? They fucked the pooch so hard she had an Unbreakable! She never used it! These guys are so full of themselves, they had Unbreakables they could have used and they didn't do it. Holy shit. Not only are they cheating, these guys literally had Unbreakables they could have popped. That Feng could have got herself off the ground, and she didn't. And she didn't because they wanted to min-max better. Oh, the greed. The fucking greed, guys. Holy fuck. Dude. Unbelievable. You can't make this shit up. That Feng had an Unbreakable in her back pocket. Didn't use it. Decided that she was going to save that for a rainy day. 3 of these guys have Unbreakables. What the fuck? Holy fuck, guys. Yeah, this is getting a highlight. Yeah, this is a highlight. Oh, that devolved perfectly. And then who was the fucking cheater? Like right at the beginning of the match. There's 2 escape from grass, -5 heal. It was a Kate, wasn't it? It was a Kate or Yui. Guy in the... It was one of the... Fucking A. It was one of the Fangs. They all fucking look the same. It's probably a Fang with a brown hair. Holy shit, guys. Oh, I love a blood flower. Holy shit, guys. Blood flower in the KD. Now we'll sit up here. No. It was... Meg. We got a chili. Yeah. A hit. She's definitely faster than it's like 106, 107, I'd say. Now she's just gonna W key. Yep, do long loop. So W keyers were speed hackers will almost always do long loop windows when they realize they can't win in loops. They'll just go straight to the long windows. That's Meg. Surprise! Based on the name like that, guys. Oh no, it's biblical. Oh jeez. Fuck. You guys definitely did gens faster than normal, too. The fangs. We don't know which fang it is, though. Actually, the fang on the ground could have been... Okay. And look at the med kit. So maybe not. I jumped the gun, there's 2 fangs in the match. See you as a med kit. Think she's gonna 4%, guys? Let's find out. Had a med kit. That was medkit Feng, guys. Medkit Feng is the one with Unbreakable again. So that was the right Feng. They weren't really good, except for that first guy, and that was basically because he's vaulting that window faster than normal. And he stopped doing that because he knew we could catch him. And one for long window loops, but it was already too late. They weren't really hard to catch. Just that first guy, which is also my tunnel. But he's also the guy that literally went on open. I believe it was the guy that was in the open, right? And the rest of the guys all hid. At the beginning of the match, we had that one guy that just disappeared into the nothingness. It's tough. So, like, stuff like this, when people are cheating at the gens, guys, you have no idea who's doing it. And I picked this guy because this guy has the most points, but it could have been someone else. You could get this many points, more points than someone else. If it doesn't show up in your score, like, you could be doing the gens and just end up with more points because they got an extra save or something. A save's worth 1,000 points and 500 extra if it's a safe save. So 1,500 points for a save. All saves are basically safe with me because I don't tunnel, or I don't, I wait for BT. 5 heals, 2 escapes off my grasp. Escape from my shoulder. Excuse me. Very weird. Yeah, we're gonna, I think tomorrow, guys, we're gonna not quick swap the loadout at the end screen and see what happens, and see if we're gonna do the same name. Generally the same games, we're gonna see if we get the same amount of cheating. Without the quick swap. We had more stealth games after I started doing quick swaps. Quick loadout swaps. Bait builds. Or they want me chasing their carry or their looper, and if they don't, they try to hide their carries. Pretty weird for those guys to just like disappear in the open though. Barring obviously a teleport. Like I rounded those trees quite a bit. I checked the avenues they could have ran into. There's no one there. I don't know who I was chasing either. Validation would fix a lot of this shit, guys. Validation's pretty easy to program. You compare how fast someone's doing the gen with how fast they should be doing the gen. how fast they're running versus... I think the stuttering, I mentioned this before, right when it started happening, I'm pretty sure the stuttering is because they're, it's an anti-cheat feature. It's a bug feature, where it tries to snap you back into position if you're moving a little bit too fast. But it doesn't seem to be working anymore. At first, when the stuttering first started happening, it seemed like we were running into very few cheaters. And now as time has went on, it seems to have gotten more and more prevalent. We're now back to point A. And as I mentioned before, anti-cheat and cheating is a game of cat and mouse, meaning people will find another way to break your game. And if you think you fixed it. But we've gotten a boatload of cheaters tonight, guys. First couple games weren't bad. It was right when I was about to switch to Legion. We did one more, and then we ran into cheat lobbies. It was basically since 1 a.m. as we've just been running the straight cheat lobbies. Pretty much every game has at least 2 cheaters in it. 1 to 2 cheat. Actually, we had that one with David in it. 1 to 2 cheaters at the very least, or just entire cheat lobbies. Yeah, I think tomorrow, guys, we're gonna try. We're gonna go back to not swapping. I think swapping might actually be instigating people to cheat, so that's unfortunate. We'll see though. And beyond the first night, I made a tweet about that, by the way, with bait builds. Beyond the first night where we ran into Calm Spirit and almost no flashlights, our flashlights have basically went back to normal. And we didn't have the same amount of medkits we did. First night we had a shitload of medkits instead of flashlights. And now basically we have the same amount of flashlights as normal and medkits and items in general. So I don't know exactly what that means. I assume I don't have a little note attached to my username or something, but kind of weird. It could be that cheats were updated and now allow you to look at multiple builds that the killer has too. So, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. So you have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But if you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the 4Ks, make sure to follow up on the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6. So 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow will be more of the dibs, and as I mentioned before, guys, we're going to be just going back to no loadout quick swaps. So we'll see if there's a trend here and see if maybe we were causing people to be more likely to cheat by quick swapping at the last second because it makes them feel chided. Because, oh, that killer's last second swapping, he knows people cheat or something like that. Like I might be inadvertently identifying myself as someone that might be privy to knowledge, and we don't want that. We just want to be an anonymous flesh bag. So, yeah. We'll see. As I mentioned before, guys, with the loadouts, it's going to be trends, and it's going to take some time to discover those trends. So we've been doing the loadout swap since patch day, which was on Tuesday. So 4 days, 4 days of quick swaps. So we got a little bit of a baseline. Why the fuck does it look like Nemesis has like a double image? Look at that right there. On his fingers, you can see an outline. Either that or I'm having a seizure. Is it my glasses? Oh. There's like an outline of his fingers that's not attached to his skin. It's like a bug or something. See it? Sometimes that happens if the meshes get disconnected or something. It could also be an artifact of upscaling as well. There's like an aura around his fist. Oh, I didn't put on my glasses. Oh no, I didn't put on my instigator glasses. Oh, geez, guys, I went the entire night looking normal. Shit, I need to get a pair of glasses with like cat eye clear frame glasses. You know, like all the douchebags wear. Like, I think I could sell that. Like, wear douchebaggy glasses. Oh, I think I'm just going to do a pair of gold glasses. I think I'm going to do that. I think that's my hidden power now. Is I actually need to have the most atrocious looking glasses possible. Alright, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a fantastic Saturday night, Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.